Alrighty, how is it going, everybody? We are here, we are live with the 5th qualifier event of KeyForge Premier League Season 5. Gotta turn my light on here. Alright, well, excuse me, I've been sick for the past number of days, so if I sound a little weird or I'm not as energetic as usual, that is why. So hopefully it'll be alright though. It should be fine. Frank Y, what up, what up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I was just watching your ranking of the KeyForge artifacts video. Okay. Nice, nice. What do you think of that one? That's like a movie length video right there. Did you have your like bowl of popcorn and everything hanging out? Thanks for watching. Alright, so we are here, KeyForge Premier League Season 5, 5th qualifier event. The format is Sealed Alliance. So essentially each competitor chose a set that they wanted their sealed decks from. They would choose a set and then they would get 2 sealed decks that they could then construct an alliance deck out of. So for instance, if I was competing, I would be like, I want a Age of Ascension deck. And then I would get 2 sealed AoA decks, and I would construct an alliance deck from them. I highly doubt that anybody chose AoA as their preferred alliance, but possibly. You never know. There's some people out there that really love their AoA, and after the deck that I opened, I might just be one of them, honestly. Popcorn does sound good right now. I was going through some of my old decks on the app. Oh, nice. Dude, my favorite food is microwave popcorn, so popcorn always sounds good to me. Okay, so here are the competitors that we've got at the moment. So apparently Challenge is down currently. I don't know what that's all about, but Challenge is not working. So we're using this spreadsheet instead. It has the players on here. It has like the settings and everything, some of the rules, and then the players will be updating their own records along the way. So we got Aurora, Easy Galena, Gorlami, Jolker I should say, Karen, Kiro, Gveld, Logan Composer, Murton, Orion, Pinkkist, Southerly Elf, Tafhaza, Tranhoy, Ugluck, Extra Creator, yours truly, and Zenzik. We have the actual Zenzik here, the house leader from Logos. Great to have you, Zenzi. We all love you. You're a great card. So yeah, so it's a decent sized group of competitors that we've got here today. Okay, so it looks like the games are starting up here. Yep, it looks like the games are starting. Let me see if I can find anything here. Oh yeah. So yeah, it's really nice that TCO now has functionality to create alliance decks, just like right there in TCO. So the players would have put their decks into TCO, put the alliance deck together right then and there. And that's what we've got going. Now, Tafhaza here, I don't feel like we've seen him in any event so far, so I'm thinking maybe we should watch his game. Who do we got? Tafhaza versus Pinkkist. I don't think we've seen either of these. Human David 1 with a retracted message. Well, welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's hop into Tafhaza versus Pinkkist here, since I don't think we've seen any of them. Either of them. Alright, and then I will be right back. I think I just heard the doorbell ring, so I just want to make sure that's not something important. Alright, I'm back. It was just a package. Nothing crazy. Okay, so we're here. Alliance, you say? Yes, I heard folks talking about that in my last tournament play. Any interest in an Alliance reversal? Oh my goodness. Alliance reversal, that would be something else. Alliance, I would give it a shot, honestly. But that requires so much thought, just like putting together 3 of the worst possible pods you could find. Actually, that process could be kind of fun. The process of finding your worst pods, putting them together, and then giving them to an opponent. That could be cool. Okay, so Tafaza here has a Dark Tidings Alliance deck. I sure hope it actually shows us what the Alliance deck is. Hello? There we go. So Tafaza, wow, got a Maverick in theirs. An Untamed Shifting Battlefield. That's super cool. They got the Healer Harm. That's nice. Strange Ordination is awesome for some of that burst. The Mad Prophet Gizelhart with a Marshall Ewer to raise the tide for free. Cement Shoes to raise the tide for free. Double Kerwallop. Double Sea Urchin. Ooh, Ransom. Ransom is neat. And that Untamed looks pretty solid too. Chelonia, double Muckling, Keyfrog with a Primal Relic. Any way to kill that Keyfrog? Doesn't look like there's any way right there in the in the Untamed. None of those Sanctum creatures really deal damage upon entering play. Or I guess Shifting Battlefield. I'm thinking of Light Everlasting, not Shifting Battlefield. I mean, besides that, like, it does look like there are ways to kill the Keyfrog. The Cement Shoes can do it, Kerwallop can do it. I think Walk the Plank can too. Oh, we got a Gambling Den. And Tafaza has played that Strange Ordination, so they're already up to 3 Ember. Pink Kissed over here with a Worlds Collide Alliance deck. The double Festering Touch, double Eterome, Creeping Oblivion, Infernus, Evil Eye, Obsidian Forge, very nice. Treasure Map, wait a minute, what the heck? Double Gambling Den? Pink Kissed with a double Gambling Den deck? This person is going for maximum fun. Double Spears, double Walls, Book of LEQ, or IEQ, or LEC, however you say that. Stealth Mode, Kinkin's Blaster. That's not a bad Star Alliance. Double Gambling Den is a lot of fun, and that disc definitely has some of that potential. Infernus is awesome. Evil Eye for some key taxing. Okay, so these decks look pretty cool. Tafaza already checking for their first key. In terms of Ember control, I don't feel like this deck is lacking particularly, because it has that Rani, has Yancy, has Umbra, Duskrunner, Infernus, Evil Eye. So he potentially, oh, and an Eon the Fringes, I missed that somehow. So it looks like Pinkist is going for a big Eon the Fringes steal play here. Discarding the Malison and just going with that. Take him off check. Oh wow, but Tafaza forges anyway. Gambling Den coming back to bite Pinkist. Went with Untamed, revealed the Primal Relic, got 2 Ember, and forged off of it. Very nice play. Tafaza walks the plank, plays Cement Shoes to kill the E. Nice kill right there. Good answer. Sea Urchin to steal one. Tafaza is making moves. Meanwhile, Pinkkist just cannot get this Gambling Den to work. Hopefully they can start making some progress with their Star Alliance here. Maybe cycle into some of those tools that they need to catch up a little bit. Kills the Sea Urchin with the Blaster's damage. Oh, the Stealth Mode. That could help him catch up a little bit. Stealth Mode. So Tafaza cannot play any actions. However, Tafaza could forge here anyway if they get the Gambling Den correct. They have literally their whole deck to draw into, so chances I don't think are super high. Looks like they may have passed it up. Maybe. Alright, so Tafaza skipped the gambling den. Discards a primal relic, probably smart. Pinkest is ahead on board substantially. And in terms of like general creature firepower, I don't think Tafaza has an absolute lot. Obviously Sanctum brings some pretty big creatures to the board, but as for the rest of the house, or the rest of the deck, there's not like a whole lot of creature. Wow, what a turn. Discards Primal Relic and just calls it a day right there. I wonder what they're saving up for. Pinkist finally gets the gambling den to go off and forges off of it. So now he is equal with keys with Tafaza. 1 key to 1 key. Tafaza still has quite the lead on Ember. Pinkist utilizing their Star Alliance board to the fullest. Oh, very nice play. Putting the Force Field on Helms and Spears to ward it when it reaps. Cycle into some of those key pieces that they're looking for. The Book of Lek drops. Tafaza may be slightly ahead on Ember, but Pinkist is establishing quite a threatening board that Tafaza currently does not have the firepower on board to deal with. In terms of stuff out of hand, Grand Melee is not going to do anything at the moment. Hammergram is could take out a problem creature like that Navigator Alley. Healer Harm. Radiant Truth, however, that would only stun the Armsmaster Melina at the moment. Their Cement Shoes are gone. Persistence Hunting would be very useful. Cross Purposes, maybe to stop the Helmsman Spears from reaping, force it to fight. And we're pretty much back on equal ground now. Tafaza attempting an answer with Untamed. Maybe they drew into the Persistence Hunting, exhaust those Star Alliance, because if not, Pinkist could theoretically just keep going Star Alliance. Okay, yep, there's the Cross Purposes. Alley and Spears are enraged. Pinkist gets the Gambling Den again. However, they're not forging off of it because Muckling is out here with a whole bunch of extra power. So now with Alley enraged and Spears enraged, Pinkist could take another Star Alliance turn. However, I don't think it would be quite as effective. Melina takes out the Muckling. Okay. Spears utilizing that ward to its full advantage, taking out the Hobnobber and still getting the crazy effect off of it. So yeah, at this point, Pinkist just has that Star Alliance board. I mean, Helmsman Spears is just that Star Alliance creature that if she's out and she's not dealt with, you're just going to keep calling Star Alliance. Because you can get rid of those cards from other houses that you don't plan on playing, and then draw probably into more Star Alliance cards, just to establish even more of a Star Alliance board that you're going to want to keep calling. So Tafaza is in a bit of a dangerous place right now. Their only full board wipe of Grand Melee isn't doing anything. Alley moved Kinkin's Blaster to Kinkin, and you may archive a creature in play. Looks like they archived the Melina. And also the only two houses present at the moment are Gambling Den, In Shadows, and the Star Alliance stuff. Meaning pretty much any house that Tafaza calls, Pinkist is going to get to steal off of that from Science Officer Kinkin. Tafaza attempts the Gambling Den, Goes untamed but reveals healer harm, loses 2 Ember. And then sure enough gets another Ember stolen from them because of the Kinkin by going Sanctum. Throws down Gizelheart, Martial Ewer. And bring low to capture 4. You gotta love that scaling Ember control in the Sanctum house. Not only do they have the bring low, but also the taxing journey. So Tafaza is back in the lead, but only by a little bit. Pink Kissed. I think actually, so that was kind of a smart play to also play that taxing journey because it got Pink Kissed out of Gambling Den Forge range. And sure enough, Pink Kissed got the Gambling Den, but it didn't quite take them up to enough for Forge. Let's go KFPL Qualifier Saturday. Love me some Seal. DT best set. Well, I agree with everything you said up until then. Fudgenator, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. We are here. It is indeed KFPL Qualifier Saturday. But yeah, Tafaza here did go with a Dark Tidings deck. And it's a pretty close match so far. Pink Kiss goes Starlines, naturally. What else would they do? Pick up the Archives to get the Melina back into hand. Throw down some Protection of the Navigator Alley. Slams the Alley into the Martial Ewer. Puts that Hazardous 3 on Helmsman Spears instead. Great place to have it. In addition to a ward from the Force Field, that is very scary. Helmsman Spears is just such a good card. Equidon was given a card with a similar effect in Winds of Exchange. It's a card called Shopping Spree. It says discard any number of cards from your hand and then... Or no, I think it's discard your hand and then draw a card for each card discarded this way. I think that's how it's worded. But it's just like that one-time action, just like get your hand into the discard pile and draw some more. So I mean, in that Equidon turn, like Equidon is a bonkers house to begin with, just like Worlds Collide Star Alliance. So I mean, you play that, draw hopefully into some more banger Equidon cards, and just continue your turn. Spears is too good, to be honest. If they resolve, it's crazy. I know. Spears, yeah, so insane. Like, I feel like they tried to balance it by making it only 2 power. But I mean, with all the protection and stuff that you can put on it, and if for some reason it somehow does survive, then yeah, you have this insane effect. And sure enough, once you resolve it once, you're probably just going to keep resolving it for the rest of the game if it's not dealt with. And in this case, Tafaza just can't deal with it. Pink Kiss throwing down the Melina. We've got, yeah, oh my gosh, we've got a Walls. Oh my gosh. And then they go into a Dis turn off the Book of Lek to throw down the Infernus, purges the Strange Ordination and the Bring Low. Tafaza just lost 4 Ember off of that Book of Lek play. Crazy. Both of these players are popping off with the Gambling Dens right now, though. Each of them are just gaining Ember. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen anybody lose Ember off the Gambling Den. Let's go, Worlds Collide! Dinobot, welcome to the stream. We are here. KFPL Qualifier 5. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. I have been absolutely loving your streams recently. I've been sick over the past few days, so pretty much every time you stream it's just like, let's go. Dinobot streaming. I have something to watch while I'm laying in bed for hours. Tafaza in a bit of a tough spot right now. That Melina and the ward on Spears is doing a lot of work. Yeah, no, the sickness part is not excellent, but yes, the streams are on point. The streams definitely are. Tafaza sticking in Sanctum, putting shoulder armor on the martial ewer, protecting that Ember even more. I love shoulder armor, by the way. Just that 2 extra armor and power makes beefy Sanctum creatures even beefier. Or even just other creatures, even beefier than ever. I love it. Sergio Santos, welcome to the stream. I didn't see ya. Glad to have you. So Pinkkist does get to forge their second key, putting Pinkkist ahead. This has been a nice comeback for Pinkkist. They were behind early game. Now they're coming back a little bit here. Oh my goodness. Pinkkist just always has an answer. Throws down the Ronnie, they trust no one. Inky Gloom to stop reaping. And there's the second Gambling Den. Both Gambling Dens are down on the board. So if they call the right house, they'll get 4 Ember off of it, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Oh, maybe it's not. Or do they get to do the effect twice? Maybe that's not how it works. No, I think it definitely is. No, you get to do the effect twice. Tafaza chooses Sanctum, reveals Shifting Battlefield, and loses 2. Which is funny because usually that would have gained you 2, but it's a Maverick. And then reveals Shifting Battlefield to gain 2 Ember. Hold on a minute. Even if they miss the first den, they get 2 Ember always. I see. Well, that's pretty neat. With 2, you always break even. Oh. Good to know. That's interesting. Oh, that makes sense, because you would reveal it... And that best get 4, okay, because you'd reveal it for the first Gambling Den, and then you'd either lose or gain 2, and then you would know for the second Gambling Den, and then reveal again. And then you would definitely gain 2 because you just saw it and you'd know what house to call. That makes sense. So at worst, with 2 you break even, and then at best you can gain 4. That's really cool, actually. So if you have 2 Gambling Dens, it sort of negates the risk of just having the first Gambling Den. Yeah, that would really accelerate the game. That definitely would. Pinkkist is being stopped off their 3rd key from that Mookling. I love Mookling, dude. Mookling is the goated Untamed Dark Tidings card, in my opinion. That is very brave to bring to Sealed. Yes, it is. Yeah, I know. This guy got his decks and was just like, you know what? We're just gonna have fun with it. We're gonna throw in the double Gambling Den pod. So Pinkkist going Star Alliance. Sadly, Tafaza just cannot get to this second key here. Kinkin fights the Mad Prophet Gizelheart. Walls Reaps to put the Universal Translator back in hand. Oh, geez. So this will be a really nice Star Alliance turn here then. The GOAT Dark Tidings card has to be Gak. That's also a really good one. That's a stellar board wipe. So good. But the thing, so for me though, what I love about Mookling is the fact that I have a deck with 4 Mooklings in it, and pretty much every other card in the Untamed house just serves to get more power on those Mooklings. Like, it just has the Growth Surge, the Genetic Drift, Primal Relic. I mean, it's just like everything is just power boost the Mooklings, and I have 4 of them, so their keys just always cost 1 million. But I'm with you, Gak is pretty solid. Helmsman Spears got the Universal Translator to use the Infernus to fight the Gizelheart, get the Ember off of it. Much easier target to remove than Martial Ewer, that's for sure. Gets the Ember, and then gets to use Helmsman Spears' effect. My gosh. Oh my goodness, and then the Book of Lek to reveal the Festering Touch and go into Dis. Why did Star Alliance get all the crazy busted cards in Worlds Collide? That's my question. What did Star Alliance do to deserve that? Tafaza breaks even on the Gambling Dens. Oh man, yeah, double Spears? That's even more ridiculous. How did I forget that they had 2 Spears? Oh my gosh. That's just crazy. So we can have fun. Exactly. Tafaza going untamed. Reaping with the Muckling and the KeyFrog. Ooh, very nice. The Growth Surge. Puts Pinkist keys up to 14, which is what they're checking at the moment. Do they have any more power counters to put on Muckling? Or any way to do anything? Nope. That's it. Pinkist wins with a double Gambling Den deck. Very nice. So sorry, Fudginator. Dark Tidings just did not make it. I'm sure there's some other Dark Tidings decks. Maybe we'll see some other Dark Tidings decks do their thing. But for now, crazy Worlds Collide, Star Alliance, Spears, Book of Lex stuff. It was just too good. Just too much to handle. Not enough board control. Grand Melee, it's an okay board wipe, but I just hate the fact that if the opponent just has a big board of only one house, then Grand Melee doesn't do anything. You know? They didn't muck hard enough. No. If only they had 4 Mucklings, then maybe they could have stopped the key again. The spear sticking was going to give any deck trouble. This is so true. This is so true. Yeah, if you leave that Starline board out there undealt with, or you just don't have a way to deal with it, then GG's, my friend. Grand Melee is pretty meh. I agree with you. They reprinted it in Winds of Exchange, so Grand Melee has returned for a second set. Okay, so what are we looking at here? We just watched Pinkist versus Tafaza, and looks like they're updating it over here and everything. Very nice. Let's just hop into another random game here real quick. Yours truly versus Easy Galena. Easy Galena, are they a new player? I don't remember. I feel like they are, but I also feel like I've seen that name before, so I'm not sure. All right, so it looks like we have an MM on MM matchup here. Like the game was over the first turn Spears was used. Yeah, Spears is pretty much just an untamed witch in Star Alliance. It's like the game, if you leave your opponent's Dusk Witch unanswered, then GG's. You might as well just concede right then and there. And I feel like the same can be said for Spears. Obviously, if they have a deck that can really pop off, if they are given the opportunity like that, but... Okay, so what are we looking at? Easy Galena has been playing for a while and in lots of online events. Oh, cool. Very nice. Honestly, I should start playing in more stuff. I'm playing in ABR, but that's like the only thing I'm playing in. The ABR Season 8 or whatever. So we got MM on MM, Easy Galena here with the double Fandangle. That's a really nasty looking Untamed pod. My word. The Savage class, the Vault's Blessing with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mutants, or 8 or 9 mutants. That's a huge Citizen Tricks, by the way. That thing is 14 power. My goodness. Double Rapid Evolution. We've got the double Infernus Inspector, Mindfire Stirring Grave to get some of that stuff back, like the Fandangles, Infernus, double Cornus and Octavia, Perfectus Ludofos the Great, Dreadbone Decimus. Whoa, there's some crazy stuff going on here. What's happening? I love Mindfire. Yours truly, also with the MM deck. Another very nasty Untamed pod. We got the Fertility Chant, double Lost in the Woods, double Techno Beast, Cephaloist, Growth Surge, Commune, Savage Clash for the board clear. In Logos, we have the Zenzi, Skippy Time Hog. Standardized Testing for some board control, Causal Loop. That's a pretty nice Logos pod, actually. Skippy Time Hog is incredible. We got Zenzi right down in the center of yours truly's battle line. They're drawing up to 8 every turn. Got the Heist Knight with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 thieves, I think. Is Xenothief a thief? I would assume so. Galena is an experienced Italian player. Oh, okay. Very cool. So Galena is out here taking names. You should join the next season of Kagi in the new year. Hey, there you go. Now that's an option. Kagi. What does Kagi stand for? If anything. Galena with the Ludo to protect that Citizen Strix a little bit. That's a huge Citizen Strix. Oh my gosh. Xenosaurus, Cornus and Octavia. KeyForge as Garfield intended. Nice. That's pretty funny. What do you... KeyForge as God intended, in fact. There you go. That's the other meaning. KeyForge as Garfield intended, KeyForge as God intended. So, what do y'all do over there at Takagi? What sort of, like, does it vary from like season to season? What sort of events do you guys do, or formats or whatever? Adaptive BO3? You gotta love some adaptive best of 3. One of the formats we did in ABR recently was exchange, where you like bring 2 decks and then your opponent gets to like choose a deck from the 2 that you bring that they want to play with, and then you do the same thing or something along those lines. And that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that that format. Adaptive best of 3 is the most skill testing format by far. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's good though. I remember playing an adaptive best of 3 format once, and it really busted my brain a little bit. I had to. It was tough. It was fun, but it was tough. I think it was really good. Oh, yours truly got hit with a subtle auto and lost their anguish. That's a hit right there. Or sorry, Easy Galena lost their anguish. Yours truly asking for a redo, an undo here. We just had the Vietnamese Nationals finals with best of 3, and I've never had my brain juices tickled that much since playing Magic. Yeah, it is quite the format. Also, hello, Elon. Good to have you. Welcome to the stream. Yours truly, I should have stolen with the penny before capture. I see. It looks like Easy Galena might be turning down yours truly request to redo here. They must have played it looks like they must have played the Opportunist first and then the Red Penny. So they captured the one Ember Easy Galena had before getting the opportunity to steal with it with Red Penny. Oh, you're Pink Kissed. Oh, well, hello, welcome. Congrats on your game 1 victory. It was a fun match. You got your Star Alliance out there, the spears and everything, and it was just over from there. Yeah, looks like Galena is not. Yeah, Galena is like, nope, no takebacks here. Thanks, man. Big fan of the channel for a while now. Hey! Well, thank you very much. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you enjoy. Alright, so it's back over to yours truly, who missed that steal on the Red Penny. What do they got in the discard? Looks like they played the Skippy Time Hog already. Savage Clash is gone. Did they have any board clear besides that? Not that I see. There's a standardized testing. But that Savage Clash is gone. If they did play the Savage Clash, Galena would still be left with that huge Citizen Strix, which is kind of funny. They're going logos, picking up the archives, throwing down the Titan Engineer, the Q-Max to draw. They reshuffle, so Savage Clash is back. I don't know why I keep talking about Savage Clash, because they don't particularly need to Savage Clash at the moment. But they did reshuffle back into things like the Skippy, and some other tools that they probably would like to have. I'm so glad to see Kagi thriving. I started it, but I had to step away from running it due to life stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, KeyForge is back. We got online leagues, we got in-person play. I feel like it's happening even like way more consistently than it was before. KeyForge Celebration, obviously, ABR League, Kagi. We got stuff happening, man. Stuff is going on, and it is amazing. I cannot wait for next year when like the actual championship series and like Vault Warriors start up, like the actual Ghost Galaxy organized events and IRL play start happening. Like, I just can't wait for that. That'll be so much fun. Like, I don't know. See, here's my issue. Like, I would love to try and compete in those. Like, I would like the championship series and stuff like that. I would love to try and compete, like even starting out at the store level and then trying to qualify for things like the regionals and whatnot. The thing is I don't know that I'm quite competitive enough of a player to be able to do that. I mean, I did recently just open a deck that might be able to compete at those levels. Maybe. Still probably not, but maybe. So I mean, I don't know if I have quite the experience or the skill or the decks to be able to compete at that level. Yeah, with that deck I opened on the vid, maybe so. Maybe there's some potential there. But if I still just don't quite have what it takes, I would still love to attend those events, even just to be able to, you know, cover them, make videos about it. Obviously, we got people like One Star Peeps and like Tabletop Royale who stream them. Like we saw at KeyForge Celebration, we had a couple streams going on. So I mean, maybe I wouldn't necessarily stream the matches. Maybe they wouldn't want me to stream the matches because I could handle like the video making aspect of them, and I would love to do that. I've been brainstorming and like just sort of like fantasizing a little bit about attending these events and like making videos about them. Oh, it'd be so much fun. That'll be so much fun. I cannot wait. So Galena just dropped the Savage Clash and destroyed this board, and then proceeded to drop the Dark Fairy and Fandangle, putting yours truly in quite the spot. It's definitely been doing well this season. I'm honored to take the mantle to make sure it's the best league in KeyForge continues. That's super cool. That is super cool. I'll definitely be competing as hard as I can to afford for travel. I would really love to be able to cast some of those events. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. Getting to cast events like that. So great. So yours truly attempting an Untamed answer here. We got the Song of the Wild. Do they have a Ghost Hawk to go with that? Not that I see. I think one of the best places you could be is as a shoutcaster. You're super knowledgeable about the game, you have a great speaking voice, and your personality shines through for sure when casting. Yeah, like I think that's definitely up there as like one of my strengths. Like I love talking about the game, I love commentating it and everything. Also, we just hit 20 viewers. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Thank you all so much for stopping by. This is a great time. 20 viewers. We got quite the event going on here. Yeah, TTR has all the professional gear stuff for the stream setup. Like I would like trying to match their quality of like setting up for the stream and everything, putting it all together, and getting it streamed and whatnot. They got the stuff, man. I would have to get the stuff too. But yeah, like I love talking about the game, and being able to commentate it and stuff is a lot of fun. So even if I'm not the most competitive of players, I would still love to cover it. Put some coverage out. The one and only Zach Armstrong is in the stream. Welcome. He is in the chat. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the qualifiers. 20 viewers is actually amazing for any non-TTR streams. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is crazy. Pretty much you have TTR at like 30 viewers every single time and then just everybody else. There are actually a lot of Zach Armstrongs. Yes, well, there's only one Zach Armstrong who is the host of Call of Discovery. One is incarcerated in the town my mom lives in. Wow. Incredible. There are a lot of Zach Armstrongs, but you are the only Zach Armstrong. Simultaneously, many Zach Armstrongs, and then the only Zach Armstrong of legend. Okay, so what are we looking at here? What are we looking at? So it looks like round one is still going. Aurora got a victory. Gorlami, Karen, Kaveld, Orion. Let's go, Orion. Southerly Elf, Pink Kissed, all got their victories. We got Easy Galena, also got the dub. Bye, Kiro, Logan, Merton, Tafaza, everybody else that didn't win, they all lost. I'll let my Zach Armstrong group chat, strong since 2016 when an Australian high schooler started it, know that I'm the only real one. Yes. We got the only real one, Zach Armstrong, in the chat. All right, so it looks like most of these alliance matches are finished. Rauper versus Xander, is that a match that we have going here? I don't think so. It looks like all the games have finished. We got all the wins here and we got all the losses. Very cool. Results. Are those like the keys or something? It looks like it. Cool. Alright, so that should be round one. I don't know how many rounds we have yet. Yeah, I average like 6 to 7 viewers for my streams. TTR is on another level. Literal goats. Exactly. I think that's how I referred to them in my KeyForge celebration video. The literal goats, the actual goats, TTR. And in fact, so Zach, there's that clip that I put in my video about like, oh my goodness, there they are, Tabletop Royale in Flesh and Blood, and it was like the spy cam on like TTR as they were streaming. I swear I had a clip like that, like I recorded something just like that, but for you, where I was like spying on you from like behind this doorway, and I like zoomed in on you and I was like, oh, there he is, Zach Armstrong from Call of Discovery, what? But I couldn't find it anywhere. Like I was going through all my footage and I swear I recorded that, but I couldn't find it. So I would have put that in the video, but for some reason it was just gone. So you would have been in the video just like that. Alrighty, so are we moving on to the second round, or what's happening here? What is happening? Buy. Is that a player or did somebody actually get a buy? That's my question. Oh, round one. Oh, here we go. I just had to scroll down a little bit. We have round two right down here. Southerly Elf versus Aurora, Orion versus Gorlami, Kaveld versus Karen, Pinkist versus Ugluk, Tran versus Galena, Logan Composer versus Merton, X-Ray Creator, ooh, X-Ray Creator versus Tafaza, Zenzi versus Kiro. Alright, I think we need to hop into... Round two is up. Awesome. Round two is... We are ready to go. We could watch Orion versus Gorlami. Orion is a fellow content creator of mine. We have to show some support. No, my hope one day is to be on the level of TCR. You know? Maybe I'll be one of the GOATs someday. In terms of streaming. You know what I mean? Get like 30 viewers every single stream. And just vibe. You know what I mean? Alright, so we are looking for Gorlami versus Orion. Aha, there it is. Alrighty, so Gorlami, we got Mass Mutation versus Worlds Collide. Gorlami is out here with... What am I looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Why are there 13 cards in the Star Alliance house? That's my question. We have an extra Opal Knight just chilling here in the Star Alliance for some reason. It's kind of weird. Well, ignoring the Opal Knight, we have the double stunner, Umber Alien double. Away team, Explorer, Transporter Platform, nice. Forging an Alliance. The Maverick, Tachyon Pulse, and Sanctum. That's such a cool Maverick. Double Cleansing Wave with, let's see. Smite is good with Cleansing Wave. We got Smite that combos with it pretty darn well. Double Waking Nightmare, Implosion, Surengrave, Double Cinder, Soulkeeper. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Looks like they purged that, Wait, what? Oh, he has a Maverick he needs to take out? So, the Opal Knight belongs? They purged the Tachyon Pulse, not the Opal Knight. Yeah, so it pulled in the Pulse from the other Sanctum deck. Well, I don't really understand what's happening, but whatever the case, they got rid of that 37th card, so looks like we're back on track here. So Gorlami has this nice Mass Mutation deck. Orion over here with the Worlds Collide. He has an actual Tachyon Pulse in his deck. Double Frayne, Chan's Blaster, Light of the Archons with a Force Field, so you can really beef up a creature there. The Double Eddy, Double Titan Guardian. That's really nice. Information Exchange with the Data Forge. Daughter, Igor. Double Rot Grub, Infernus. Bornet's Touch. I love Bornet's Touch. That's another great card right there. Hysteria. Oh, very nice. Hysteria with double Rot Grub and Infernus. That's nasty. And the Eddy. Put those Eddies back in your hand. Archive some more stuff. Yeah, that's a pretty solid Worlds Collide Alliance there. Alright, so what are we looking at here? Looks like Gorlami is going first. Do they have any good turn 1 plays? Oh, they have a General Order 24. I don't know if I pointed that out, but they do have a General Order 24. Sorry, just to make sure so you don't have a Pulse at all. Or did it give you 2? No Pulse in the deck. Alright, so the weird Sanctum Tachyon Pulse bug is purged. Oh, okay, I understand then. So there was an extra Tachyon Pulse. So that Opal Knight does belong in the Sanctum, but since there was that extra Tachyon Pulse, it like got pushed like into the Star Alliance column. So now with the Tachyon Pulse gone, we have the proper 36 cards. Opal Knight is in the Sanctum. Okay, that makes sense. Took me a second to wrap my head around there. Alright, what's going on? Gorlami played Umber Alien, and Positron Bolt took care of that. Ooh, threw down the Apsis and the Babbling Bibliophile. Whoa. And it was left alive. That's scary. Babbling Bibliophile is a force to be reckoned with. It's like P.I. Sweeven's prior form or something. Also, speaking of Tabletop Royale, I was actually watching one of their streams recently. Like one of their old streams. I was watching, I think it was like their coverage of Vault Tour in Richmond or something. If that makes sense to anybody. It was like some Vault Tour in Richmond. I was not playing the game around that time, so I mean, pretty much all those old tournaments, I have no idea, like the details on. But it was some Vault Tour in Richmond, and I think like Nathan went all the way. He like won the whole thing, and that was so cool. Vault Tour Richmond is a classic. Oh, okay, yeah, it looked really cool. It was like Age of Ascension, and it was like sealed or something, and it looked like Nathan Starwart went all the way with it. Took the dub with the Martian Generosity deck and the Gangernaut combo. So it was very cool getting to see Nathan like actually in a tournament setting winning the entire tournament. That's where Nathan opened KFPL. Yeah, so I was reading like the comments on that video, and somebody was asking like, what are the names of the decks? And then they answered, and KFPL was one of them. And I was like, I feel like I've heard that name before. And then I went and looked at it on DOK, and I was like, oh yeah, I have seen this deck before. From like other, or at least I've heard about it from like other streams and stuff. But it was a lot of fun to watch that. Some very high level gameplay, I must say. But so like from the commentary though, like it sounded like Worlds Collide was already out at that time, right? Was that like Worlds Collide was out by then? Because they were playing with like Age of Ascension. And I was like, I wonder if this is like the very beginning of Age of Ascension. Like did AOA just come out and now they're playing it at this Vault Tour? But then during the commentary I heard them comment on like Worlds Collide Brobnar and how it sucked. And I was like, oh well, Worlds Collide must be out then. So AOA must have been around for a while. This is Nathan's signature deck. Okay. I need a signature deck. I wonder if this AOA deck that I just opened will be my signature deck. I'll have to win some major stuff with it first, I guess. Alright, so we've got Orion. Holy heck. Didn't Gorlami have 6 Ember at the start of this turn? Where's my mouse? There it is. Oh, they just had 3. Okay. So Infernus came down and purged that, that double Ember Soulkeeper in the Snarette. Jeez. Then the Rock Grub just to take it all away. Don't let your dreams be dreams. If you start using it in some online events, it'll get picked up quickly. Oh yeah, there you go. I've been playing with it online. I'll definitely bring it to some events, or even online events, but it will definitely be used there. But yeah, I've been playing with it on TCO, obviously in competitive, but so far it's done really well. It's gone like 12-2 or something, and the only thing it's lost to is key cheats. The first thing it lost to was an Obsidian Forge, and then it lost to a Key Frog. But then I rematched that Key Frog deck in a best of 3, and after losing the first game to the Key Frog, it won the next 2 games. So I mean, it came back and managed to beat the deck with the Key Frog in it, but it's only lost to key cheats so far. Love the casual opening AOA 98 SAS. Yeah. Yep, it was really funny. I was just opening it up. I was like, oh, that's a cool looking deck. And then I looked it up on DOK, or I like put it into my DOK account, and I nearly died on the spot, honestly. I honestly nearly just perished right then and there after seeing that 98. Yeah, I did some testing with it on my own. It's a fun deck. Heck yeah. It is so fun. It just feels like every card is just such high value and high impact, you know? It's like, there are rarely any turns with that deck where you're just like, man, I really hate my hand. I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do. It's like you just never really have that feeling with that deck. I mean, maybe there's been like 1 or 2 turns where I felt that way, where it's just like, I just don't think this hand can do anything for me right now. It's always like, okay, I can always just like gain half a key on this turn. I can always do something of high value and something useful. I can generate some Ember. I can disrupt the opponent in some way. It is a banger. You can definitely struggle against board flood, and having too much elf in hand can sometimes feel bad. Yes, this is very true. If the opponent gets this massive board, then it can struggle. Because I feel like a lot of the board control is centered in the Sanctum, and if you just blow that early, or you're just not drawing into it, or you just don't have access to it, then yeah, falling behind on board is not a good thing. And the alpha cards, yes. I think I had one hand at one point where I had all 3 of the Logos alpha cards in hand, and yeah, sure enough, that was not the best hand. However, I still played the Eureka and got half a key off of that, obviously, archived 2 cards, and I think it actually archived one of the other alpha cards. So then I discarded the other Binary Rupture and then had a couple of the Logos cards. So I mean, even then, having all 3 alpha cards, it still worked out for the most part. And then I had a Binary Rupture in my archives for later. Or no, there's 2 Eurekas. So I played the Eureka and archived the other Eureka, and I still have the Binary Rupture in hand. Just the raw Ember generation is incredible. It is a speedy deck, yes. It is a very speedy deck. I love it. It can burst. Kinda. So what are we looking at here? Orion has a whole keys lead over Gorlami at the moment. And then I don't remember, is this a losers match we're watching right now? No, Orion won. Orion and Gorlami both won their games, so this is a winner's match that we've got going here. Gorlami is just struggling to make progress. They're just struggling to go with it. The 2 Eurekas solved a lot of the deck's problems. Heck yeah. 10 minutes into the match, what are we looking at? Yeah. Not a whole lot. We're looking at 1 key. That's what we're looking at. So yeah, this deck's weaknesses: board presence, board control. Well, board presence is okay. Kind of. Well, no. I think board. Just the general concept of board, the deck struggles with a little bit. But it thrives in just about everything else. But honestly, I kind of feel like the deck doesn't necessarily always need a board in order to succeed. Because I feel like in most of the games I've played, my board is like almost always smaller than the opponent's, and yet I still can make a lot of progress. I think just because the deck can go so fast, you know? It has lots of cards just out of hand that do lots of work and can progress you. Alrighty, we got Gorlami, or not Gorlami, we got Orion making some moves here. Hit and check for their second key. Gorlami going Dis, throwing on the Brabble, the Dark Minion, and another Brabble. That Dark Minion had a capture icon, so Orion is no longer on check. Excuse me, no longer on check. However, through all of that, Gorlami got, what, a single Ember by playing the Stirring Grave, so Gorlami is still very far behind. Orion goes this. They have a lot of Ember on their creatures at the moment, so Obsidian Forge is a little risky, might not be worth it. Well, actually it might be. They're very far ahead, so it might not matter too much. But I mean, it's always sad trying to go for an Obsidian Forge when all your creatures have Ember on them. It's just like, yeah, I get a key, but here's all your Ember back. So maybe for third key. Maybe Orion will have a nice Obsidian Forge set up for final key. Plays the Gleeful Mayhem. Pops the Malison, Gorvenal, and Away Team. And Away Team gets to archive those the Stunner and the Observumax. Oh, there's a doom counter on the Seeker of Truth. The Seeker is doomed to not find the truth. It'll just find lies. I'm so sorry, Seeker of Truth. But you are doomed to not the truth. I cannot think of the words. Can't think of words, man. This is why I write a script first. So then I have the words beforehand. Gorlami with the Implosion. The double Ember Implosion, in fact. Hits the Seeker of Truth and the Arms Master Melina. So that puts Gorlami up to 6 finally. Orion gets their second key. It's quite an expensive key, however, paying 10 Ember. Because of that Waking Nightmare. Oh, Orion hitting up a dangerous logo stern here. Dropping the Titan Guardian, the Daughter, the Igor. Feels good to see Worlds Collide Beast on MM. Heck yeah. Worlds Collide putting in some work against MM, the GOAT. Gorlami finally gets a key. At long hecking last. Gorlami goes Sanctum. So Gorlami's finally making some progress, but is it too late? Look at this board that Orion has. Oh, the Radiant Truth. Okay, that neutralizes the board a little bit. Throws on the Baron on the Seeker of Truth. And as we all know, KeyForge is the swingiest game ever created in the history of mankind. So anything could happen. Anything could happen. Oh man, I don't know why I'm yawning like this. Alright, Orion goes dis. Oh my goodness, Orion with the Bornit's Touch. Stunner, Seeker of Truth, Fangs of Gizelheart, Waking Nightmare in general order. Purges the Waking Nightmare. Poor Gorlami here with 5 purged cards. And those are some nice cards too. How did that Transporter platform get purged? Does he have something that purges artifacts? Or something? Wow. And there it is, the Obsidian Forge to win the game. Sure enough, the Obsidian, the third key. Obsidian third key. Third Obsidian Forged key. Very nice. Good games, Orion. And Gorlami. Orion going 2-0 so far. Very cool. Yeah, that that deck just had some really nice, tools, some nice big hands, and it just really put too much pressure on Gorlami. Could not get much progress going. So that's cool. GG's. So it looks like Kuro lost again. Tafaza lost again. Yours truly had a bye. I guess. Okay, so here we have the stats of the players here. 2-0, Ugluk and Kaveld. 1-1, yours truly, Karen B, Pink Kissed. 0-2, Tafaza. And it looks like Kiro. I don't know who this buy person is. Is it actually a buy or is it a player called buy? I don't know. Alright, let me find a match here that's currently going. Southerly Elf versus Aurora. Oh, there's nobody in there. Tran and Galena. Well, we already saw Galena. Okay, it looks like Kiro's dropping. Looks like he opened some pretty horrible decks. So he just doesn't really have anything going for him. So Kiro's out. Tafaza is dropping. Aurora is also dropping. Just not feeling it today, it looks like. So it looks like we have a few drops here, sadly. Dang. That is unfortunate. Alright, well, let's hop into this. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water real quick. So I'll have this game on while I'm gone. Looks like we got mass mutation on mass mutation again. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Logan Composer, what are we looking at here? Got the mass mutation deck. Ooh, triple Niflate with the Niffle Queen. Gloriana's Attendant for some 4 extra bonus icons, and the Dark Queen Gloriana, so 6 total. That's really cool. Savage Clash, Growth Surge, Zenzi, Skippy. I feel like we just saw this. Zenzi with the Skippy. Infomorph, Munchling, Standardized Testing, Causal Loop, Inquiry, Double Mutant Cutpurse with Rad Penny. Then again, I mean, who knows like where the enhancements actually are with 2 different MM decks. Double Bone Rot Venom. So that's Logan's deck here. Murton. Double Stirring Grave, Mark of Dis. Oh, this is the first Mark of Dis we've seen. What a nasty card. Mark of Dis, Double Stirring Grave, the Turnkey, that's cool. Infernus, Double Fangs, Honorable Claim with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 knights or something. Triple Survey, that's cool. Double Observumac, Blast Shielding, Sensor Chief. Logan goes Untamed, throws down the Niffle Queen. Whoa! What? Holy cow, look at that Growth Surge. The triple Ember Growth Surge. The Virtuous Works Growth Surge. That's crazy. Dude, I love Mass Mutation so much. I just love Mass Mutation. What a great set. And now Winds of Exchange also having like equally as many, if not more enhancements than Mass Mutation did. Winds of Exchange is right up there with like my favorite sets as well. Easily. At KeyForge Celebration, I saw Hyper, and he opened this Winds of Exchange deck with just an obscene amount of enhancements. Like, it looked like a mass mutation deck with how many enhancements there were. And like, I think he had a Starlight pod that had just like 5 or 6 draw icons. It was crazy. And it was like most of the draw icons were right there in that house too, which is kind of funny. Honestly, I think Winds of Exchange is going to be one of the best sets. It'll be up there. I think so. This is what I'm thinking. I think that Winds of Exchange is going to feel kind of like Worlds Collide when you open it up. Like sort of the same vibes that you get when you open up a Worlds Collide deck. It really could go one way or another. Like, it could just have the 3 houses that maybe aren't the best, and you're just going to open up a number of the cards that just aren't quite as good, and it's just not going to be very great. Or you'll get something middling. It has some good houses in there. It has some good cards, but it's just not that competitive. Or you're going to open up one of those bonkers decks that just has all the cards and has all the synergies going. I'm not a huge fan of what MM has done to the competitive meta, but it's a very fun, strong set to open. Enhancements are one of the best things they've done for KeyForge. Enhancements are so good. I love them. But yeah, MM, it really has taken over the competitive meta. I agree with you. I don't mind it all too much. But then again, like I said before, I haven't played much competitive stuff, so I think it's understandable how MM, or how it could be kind of annoying that it's just one set that only ever dominates in competitive stuff. But at least it's a fun one. Oh gosh, Worlds Collide is by far my least favorite set to open. It's a risky set to open because you could just get some trash Brobnar Untamed Dis house, or Shadows, I guess. I enjoy opening up Worlds Collide. I think it's fun. Because you never know, you could get an anomaly or something. I think the token matters a lot in Winds of Exchange. Yes, the token creature is going to matter a lot. Because you could end up with like heckin', what's his name? Grumpus or whatever. It's like 2 power with like splash deck 1 or something. And if it just doesn't match with the rest of your deck, I don't think it's that great of a token creature to begin with anyway. But if it just like doesn't quite match with your deck or whatever, and it's just kind of lackluster in general, then it'll be unfortunate. But if you open up something like Prospector or Emberling, then I mean, just that token creature alone is adding so much value to your deck. And then if it synergizes well with your deck, or your deck can make lots of those token creatures, and you really have lots of control over when you make token creatures and what the cards are that are being made into token creatures, then I think that'll be awesome. I think the deck will flourish on that. AOA is the only set to open? Well, after my luck with opening AOA, I almost kind of agree with you. That sounds terrible. Fudginator, what sounds terrible? What did I say now? Wow, trash Brobnar Untamed Shadows. You just described my sealed pull for tonight. I think, yeah, I've opened so many Worlds Collide decks that have that combination of houses, or it's like a Dis Shadows Untamed lineup, something like that, and it's just like this 1% like Worlds Collide deck. It's like 50 sass, and it just sucks. It's like I've had so many of those. Oh, Winds of Exchange being like Worlds Collide sounds terrible. Okay, so I think the general power level and fun level and like playability of Winds of Exchange decks will be far above that of Worlds Collide. But I feel like it could still go one way or another. Like, you could open a more mediocre deck or you could open a real banger. I guess every set is like that, but I feel like I've just experienced that with Worlds Collide a lot more. I was just like, oh, here's my amazing like logo Star Alliance Saurian Worlds Collide deck, or here's my really sad Disc Shadows Untamed Worlds Collide deck. I don't think it's going to be like Worlds Collide, but the deck disparity might be similar to that of Worlds Collide. The middling and lower decks in Worlds Collide are the most boring things in KeyForge. I could almost agree with you there. Yeah, it's definitely going to be very fun most of the time. Like I think the set looks amazing. Like even so, at KeyForge Celebration, like I opened quite a few Winds of Exchange decks, and I got to play with them, and they weren't that great of Winds of Exchange decks. You know, they weren't stellar decks. They were, I would say, more on the mediocre side of things, or on the middling side of things. They were still so much fun to play. Whereas with Worlds Collide, I would open a middling or mediocre Worlds Collide deck. It is not fun to play, just like Fudgenator's saying. Like it's not fun hardly at all to play crappy Winds of Exchange or Worlds Collide decks. But I mean, you open a not so great Winds of Exchange deck, it's still so much fun to play. The set and the cards still feel like so much fun. So I mean, I think Winds of Exchange is still going to be a lot of fun, very enjoyable. And then when you do start opening, I feel like let's see. I said it feels more like Worlds Collide. Maybe I take that back a little bit. Maybe it's maybe it feels more like Mass Mutation. Now that I'm thinking of it. Maybe not though. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll just have to see. I've only ever, like, obviously I've only gotten to play with like 6 Winds of Exchange decks, and I've only opened that many, so I can't really make any accurate statements yet. Who knows how the set is actually going to open? That's just my experience so far. But at the same time, it almost kind of feels like Mass Mutation, because like every deck you open is fun. And every deck you open has at least some sort of potential, or at least 90% of the decks you open are fun, or have some potential to them, or they're not necessarily bad. They're either from the middle to high level. I feel like Mass Mutation is like always, or is like consistently middle to high level of like power. It's like good, and I think Winds of Exchange is going to be the same. So maybe it's not like Worlds Collide. Maybe I'm just making that up. As long as the middling and lower decks are fun, I'm excited. Like low power AoE decks are so fun usually. Yeah. So I take back what I said about Winds of Exchange feeling like Worlds Collide. I think it's actually going to feel more like Mass Mutation. That's my prediction. All right, so it looks like Logan took this game 3 keys to 2. It was a close one. But looks like Logan just got that board out. I saw a couple of you mention something about an Infernus. I was too busy rattling on about Winds of Exchange that I didn't notice. But yes, quite the game. GG's. Congrats to Logan. Where does that put Logan then? Logan with... I just gotta find the stuff here. Logan has gone 1-1 it looks like so far, huh? Very cool. Easy Galena Tran, where was your game and it crashed? Looks like there might have been a crash or something. Something must have gone wrong with a game. Alright, so what are we looking at here? Morton. It looks like most of the games have finished. Except now we have Tran and Galena. It looks like they've started, or like put together a new game because something went wrong with their first one, their initial one. Tran, you've had 2 crashes. If it happens again. Huh. I wonder what's going on with that. Seal the lines. Enjoy a break while a game that crashes catches up. Okay, so looks like everybody's going on a break just because of this one match here. We could probably hop into this match though. See what is popping off. What's popping? Whoops! What did I just type in? There we go. These ISPs oftentimes drop during certain websites. And is notorious for dropping TCO. Oh, dang, okay. So there might be a couple connection issues here and there. I have to play with a VPN and a separate browser just to make sure I don't get crashes. Sheesh. So that must be annoying. All right, so look, so are they just like replaying this whole entire game then? So they're just starting from scratch. Wow. Okay, so we have Galena. Yeah, so they got their deck that we saw already. Double Fandangle and the likes. Yep. Tran, what does Tran have? Another Maverick. A Maverick Disinfomorph. Well, that's kind of a disappointing Maverick, honestly. But it's still cool. It's still Maverick. For instance, I opened up an Age of Ascension deck recently. Has a Logos Knuckles Bolton. It's kind of a lame Maverick, but it's still Maverick. I'm all for it. Lord Invidious, wow. Inverness, Gateway Implosion, Relentless Creeper. This pod would be awesome with a couple Mark of this. Effervescent Principle ×2, Positron Bolt, Nova Dynamo, Citizen Shrix, double. Blast from the Past, did you say interest? Double Exile. Oh, that's interesting. Too bad that Galena also has Saurian. Probably won't want to be exiling any Saurian creatures. High Priest Torvis. So it looks like he could potentially really load up a creature and then send it over to the other side with exile. Like load up that let's see. Like load up a QMax or something with a whole bunch of Ember from like Council Primus, could put an Ember on there, Stomp to Exalt, City State, and then throw it on over to the opponent's side of the board. Sometimes I attach a NordVPN pin to my shirt when I go to live events too, to remind everyone of today's sponsor, NordVPN. Maybe I'll get sponsored by NordVPN someday. And first, a word from our sponsor, NordVPN. Did you know that your internet activity is exposed like an open book to the entire world every time you visit a website? Well, not with NordVPN. It's the simplest VPN ever. Make it look like you live in Japan and watch Japanese Netflix. And you will not be exposed. Alright, so Tran is going Saurian. Getting rid of the Citizen Shrix. Reaping with another Citizen Shrix to steal. Tran is bursting it up with this Saurian. Japanese Netflix. Ah yes, that's why I have a VPN. Canadian Netflix has Marvel IPs. I got this VPN exclusively to watch Japanese Netflix. Or Canadian Netflix, in fact. I got my VPN to watch Canadian Netflix. Not for a more secure internet experience or anything like that. Just for a couple extra shows that maybe I don't have. Alright, so Tran is sitting pretty at 10 Ember for their first key. However, they have a ton of Ember on their creatures, and no Ludo to protect them. So Galena has a whole vault's worth of Ember that they could access if they get rid of that board. They do have... Oh, I thought they had a gateway. I guess they don't. They do have a Savage Clash, though. So Savage Clash would be devastating for Tran right about now. That's a whole whopping 6 Ember that would go over to Galena. However, Galena is going Saurian. This would be another way to get that Ember. So they have a couple options. Cornisons could capture, or they could use the Cornisons to fight those Strixes off the board. Galena with the Sagittarius Gaze, exalting Xenosaurus. Okay, yep, so one Cornison fights the Citizen Strix. Saurian Egg discards the Inspector and Hystercog, so there's no Saurian play with that. No extra Saurian play, I should say. My friend in Japan has a VPN to watch American Netflix. Yeah, there you go. The grass is always greener. Yeah, it's so weird that like there's some shows on like certain countries' Netflixes and then other shows on other countries' Netflixes. I don't know why that is. I'm sure the reason is obvious to one who looks into it, but I've never. I don't know why. Seems like it's just all one Netflix, right? Shouldn't all of one Netflix be able to give access to all the shows to all the countries, to all the people that pay for Netflix? Or is it something about like country restrictions or something? It must be. Tran throws down the Academy Training, the Novu Dynamo. The EP. Licensing agreements. That's what it is. Are country specific. Usually broadcast laws and licensing. Okay. Yeah, I thought about broadcast laws, maybe something like that, but also licensing. That makes sense. I just worked on a nature documentary that's on Netflix this week. Kangaroo Valley? What? You worked on it? You composed the score? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Holy cow. We got musical masterminds in the chat right now, putting stuff together for Netflix documentaries? What? That's amazing. Alright, so Galena is using their Saurian board to take out the enemy's Saurian board that was loaded up with Ember. So now they're pretty even right now. Galena just has to forge this key and they'll be right on par with each other. Galena declares check. Tran has nothing to keep the Novu alive. So they'll be going Dis. Well, it looks like that Ludo came out from Saurian Egg. Perfectus Ludo hatched. But it doesn't matter, it just dies instantly. Tran plays the gateway. Galena does forge using the KeyFrog. Tran throws down the Lord Invidious onto an empty board. That is a threat to be reckoned with any day of the week. Galena plays Reclaimed by Nature. Purges the Obsidian Forge. Throws down an Omega. Look what I found. Just ending it right there. Lord Invidious remains. But there are no creatures for Lord Invidious to take, so. Well, and here we wait. Tran taking their time. Tran going logos, throwing on the even Ivan, and ending it right there. All of that waiting for a single card. What are they trying to do here? What are they waiting on? Maybe they just didn't have a good... Oh! Galena plays the Mind Fire, discards Relentless Creeper at random, and it just so happens to have two bonus icons on it. Jeez. So Galena got to steal 2 off of that. And then throws down the Infernus to purge said Relentless Creeper and the EP. Throws down his own Relentless Creeper and the Break Key for the Ember, putting themselves at 8 Ember. Throws on the Hystricog, Soulkeeper on the Infernus. And well-placed Infernus, by the way, putting that on a, like, in the middle. It's not on a flank, so Lord Aembermedes can't take it. And Galena checks at 10 Ember for their second key, admitting that their Mind Fire was a lucky hit. Crazy. I love Mind Fire. It's one of my favorite cards for sure. I was playing with a group of people at one point, and I think I would have won the game anyway, but I played Mind Fire like on the last turn, and I discarded a random card from my opponent's hand, and I hit a card that had 4 bonus icons on it, so I just stole 4 Ember off of it. It was my best Mind Fire ever. Tran throws on a Blast from the Past, exalts the even Ivan, archives the High Priest Torvis to deal 4 damage to Hystricog. Nice hit. That Hystricog could have taken out the Aembermedes quite easily. Plays the City State Interest. Ooh, the Exile. Gives control of even Ivan to Galena. So there's a little bit of a pinata over there on Galena's side. Galena thankfully does not have Logos in their house lineup, so they can't really get much value out of it. But Galena does get to forge their second key. Galena goes Saurian, picks up the archives. Throws down, oh, the Curiosaurus. Very interesting. So that would negate the even Ivan pinata that Tran exiled earlier, just a little bit. Makes it a little less dangerous for him. Citizen Strix comes down and steals one. Curiosaurus is quite the artifact, I tell you what. Discards the Dread One Decimus. Tran going Logos. Throws on the Neurosiphon, successfully getting the steal and the draw off of it. Plays the Novu Dynamo and calls it a day. Interesting turns we've been seeing from Tran so far. Maybe they're just getting lots of 2/2/2 hands. Which that's always painful. Galena goes Saurian, reaps with the Shrix to steal one. Burst it up to their final key. Curiosaurus protecting the Ember on those creatures just a little bit. Tran just has not gotten much value out of that Lord Aembermedes. It was a really nice play, but it just hasn't been working out. Cornison comes down, discards Faust. Interesting. Probably so the Aembermedes can't take control of it. Or something. Maybe? Maybe that's why? Novu does stay alive, discards the causal loop to ensure its survival. They call Saurian. They also pick up the archives. Throws down the Pharaoh, the High Priest Torvis. Does he have one more creature? He does. Put Lord Aembermedes in the center. And then plays Exile. Gives Novu Dynamo to Galena. Huh. So that's an interesting play, actually. That's a pretty safe exile. Because Galena is not going to have a Logos card to keep Novu alive. So Novu will get destroyed, go back to Tran's discard pile. And it was a good exile play just to get that Ember off of exile without sacrificing anything. Very smart. Galena is so close to their third key. They just need a few more Ember. Dreadbone Decimus hits the board. High Priest Torvis dies. I feel like Tran is trying to catch up, but I feel like their last couple turns, or last few turns, just haven't been the most optimal plays ever. I wonder if it's just because of the way they're drawing. They're just not drawing very well, and they're just forced to take these kind of meh turns. Meanwhile, Galena's Saurian Suite is just going to town here. Checking at 8 for their final key. Tran goes Dis, throws on the Techno Fiend and the Infernus. Might they also have a Waking Nightmare? No Waking Nightmare. They threw down the Infernus. They chose their own discard pile. Do they have enough Ember Pips in there to take them off check with just that? Nope. They got the Positron Bolt and the Exile, so just one more thing. Just one more thing. One more Ember to take away. Lord Aembermedes finally gets a Reap off to take control of their Even Ivan. Took their Even Ivan back. Bone Saw. Infomorph. Oh. There it is. We finally got to see it. The Maverick Dis Infomorph. But it was not enough. That Infernus was right there. Took him down to 6, but Galena still got the key for that price. So GG Galena. Another game in the books. And GG Tran. That was a good one. Tran was just really struggling to catch up there. But looked like he was getting the board established near the end there, but it was too late. Oh yeah, and the time that Galena hit that Relentless Creeper with the Mind Fire was pretty big as well. The 2 steal off of that was huge. And that's quite a nice Relentless Creeper to have too. If I can find it. Where's that Relentless Creeper at? Oh yeah, there it is. It's always nice to have those enhancements on Relentless Creeper, so every time you call Dis and it's in the discard pile, you can get it back and get those enhancements back to play again. Enhanced Relentless Creepers, just like in Winds of Exchange, those common token creature makers, if those are enhanced, that's going to be so good. Because they don't come with anything like on their own. So when they get archived, you archive it, you get to take it back into your hand for that token creature aspect to make another token creature. But if it's enhanced and you get to play it and then it gets archived, so every turn you call it that house, you can pick it up and get those enhancements back again. It's so good. Enhancements landing in the perfect spots can change a card in some pretty awesome ways. All right. So that should have been the last game of round 2, I believe. What are we looking at here? Man, I cannot stop yawning today. What the heck? Sheesh. Alright, so we have Ugluk, Kaveld, Galena, Orion, Southerly Elf. All have some pretty nice records. Murtan, Tafaza, Tran are on the other end of that spectrum, and then everybody else is in between. So that was round 2. So we have round 3. Here we go. Round 3. Coming up here, we've got Ugluk versus Kveld, Galena versus Orion, Southerly Elf versus Gorlami, Zenzi versus Pincus, Yours Truly versus Karen, Logan Composer versus X-Ray Creator, Murtan versus Tafaza, and Tran. So now the question is, which match do we watch? Which match do we watch? Looks like there's some, like, bug that happens with the bonus icons on TCO or something. Alrighty. I'm gonna have a mint. So round 3 should be starting up any moment here. Yep, round 3 is good to go. Who have we not seen yet? Ugluk and Kaveld we have not seen. So we could hop into their game. Now this is a format I wouldn't have minded competing in. I should have competed in this one or participated. Oh no, bugs! Not bugs. Where is Ugluk's game, man? There it is. Ugluk versus Kaveld. Well, are we going to start the game? There we go. Okay. Kaveld versus Ugluk. 4-2-4-2. We got, once again, Mass Mutation versus Mass Mutation. I feel like most people went with MM, which makes sense. Oh! Just Mavericks upon Mavericks this tournament. Double Mark of Dis, double Brabble, Grim Reminder. Oh, Ritual of Tognath with those Brabbles. That is where it's at right there. Infernus, Turnkey, double Snarette. That is a nice Dispod. The double Axiom. Beware the Ides. Sorry about that. Double Shrix with a Ludo. That is so good. Man, this deck looks good so far. This guy got some good pulls. The Mug, double Vandalize, Borrow. The Maverick, Shadows, Hadron, Collision. Johnny Longfingers. Lyco Thief with a Mole. Bonithing, Safe House. This deck looks solid. You got some good pulls here. Or at least you got a couple pulls with some solid pods at the very least. How many mutants to go along with that Johnny? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 it looks like. Unless Dark Minion is also a mutant, which I don't think it is, but if Dark Minion is mutant, then 8. But if not, then 7. Meanwhile, Ugluk has a Star Alliance Saurian Sanctum. We are looking at double Fangs, Cleansing Wave, the Spirit's Way, double Ardent Hero, double Anafiel, Master of the Grey, that's cool. Double Shrix, Axiom, Defense Initiative, City State Interest with Axiom is so good. High Priest Torvis with a Ludo, we do got the Ludo, the Octavia, triple Sensor Chief Garcia, Hadron Collision, Stealth Mode. Stealth Mode? Is that a Legacy Stealth Mode? Double Access Denied, Observe Max. If that, yeah, that should be a Legacy Stealth Mode, and if so, what a great Legacy. That is what you like to see with Legacies. Okay, so Kaveld is off to a strong start here with quite a large board. Well, now it's gone because of the Spirit's Way. So, never mind that. Master of the Grey is the... Okay, that's that one. Master of the Grey is scary. That's a scary card. Kaveld goes Shadows. Plays the Vandalize. Plays Safe House and Johnny. Looks like Ugluk lost... Oh, never mind. It went too fast. I was gonna see what got discarded, but we just went for it. This game is moving quick. Holy cow. Moving quick, but not a ton of progress has been made. Plays the Sagittarius Gaze, discards Imperial Road and the Cornicen? But why? Why discard those? That's the question. I don't know. I can't think of a reason why you would discard those there. Hey, there it is. The Legacy Stealth Mode. Epic. More of those Worlds-Clad Starline bangers, like I've been saying. Alright, so back over to Kaveld. Kaveld does have their Johnny Longfingers out. That is scary. Oh, there's Dark Minion, who is a mutant. Okay, so 8 mutants to go with that Johnny Longfingers. Turnkey fights the Scout Pete, who has Elusive from the Stealthster. Throws down the Brabble, who deals a damage to the Scout Pete from the damage icon. Dark Minion reaps. And as does Brabble. Okay then. Ugluk does get to Forge. Kaveld is checking for their first key. Fangs of Gizelheart purges the Johnny Longfingers. Oh, what a hit. What a hit. Plays the Anafiel, the Ardent Hero. Kaveld does get to Forge, so we're just about dead even. Kaveld has a really nice 4-creature disc board built out at the moment, but they're going Shadows. Sadly, the Johnny was purged, so that is off the table. Throws on the Seeker Needle. Tempting offer to put Scout Pete back into their hand. And Scout Pete was upgraded out like nobody's business, so those upgrades are gone. Hadron Collision deals 3 damage to the Ardent Hero, Lyco Thief, and Safe Houses the Turnkey. Oh, that's a cool play. To Safe House the Turnkey. Ugluk plays the Scout Pete, the Center Chief Garcia. Subdues the Brabble. Yeah, this game is really close so far. Kveld hits up Saurian, throws down the Monument to Shrix. Oh, plays the Axiom. Not a bad time to play the Axiom. Throws on the Ludo and the Shrix. So now Ugluk is facing down quite a dangerous board. The Brabble, the Shrix, the Ludo as a very big target, a very big threat. And even just 4 creatures is quite a scary board to fall behind to, especially in Mass Mutation. Ugluk goes Sanctum. Fangs of Gizelhearts to the Perfectus Ludo. These Fangs are really putting in some work. Those are some major threats that the Fangs have dealt with so far. The Ludo and the Longfingers. Discards the Anafiel. What? So this is my question. Why does Ugluk keep discarding things? Does he have a card that could mess that up or something? Like, I guess the Fangs are obviously kind of anti-synergistic with big creatures. But why else would he be discarding random things? Like the Cornicin, he discarded the Cornicin, the Imperial Road, and the Anafiel so far. For seemingly no reason, although I'm assuming that he has some sort of strategy for that. I don't know what, though. Glad to see you're alive, Mr. Medes. I'm still kicking, thank goodness. Still made it to today for some live streaming. Glad to see you in the chat. Welcome to the stream. We are here with the qualifiers for KFPL. It's been a good time. These are some cool matches, some cool decks. Got lots of people in the chat hanging out. It's a good time. Ugluk discards the Hadron Collision, throws down 2 Censor Chief Garcias. So keys are quite expensive at the time. Stopped Kveld's second key. So now the situations for each player are literally reversed. Now Kveld is up against a big ol' 4 creature board. Kveld goes Saurian. Steals an Ember, essentially, with Monument to Shrix. Plays Blast from the Past to archive the Shrix. Hits Garcia with 3 of that damage. Beware the Ides, the middle creature, which happens to be the High Priest Torvus. Throws down Umbrasaurus to exalt and hit the other Censor Chief. And then a Citizen Shrix. I just love that boards can shift so quickly in this game. It's so cool. The Spirit's Way. Gorm of Om, Gizelheart's Zealot, Reaps. Oh, that is rude. Kveld with the Mark of this. I would assume putting Ugluk back into Sanctum. Wow, things are going so fast. Turnkey dropped as well to unforge a key, but now the turnkey is gone. And wow, that just moved so fast. But Kveld won. GG Kveld. Yeah, sure enough, that deck is pretty bonkers, man. That deck has some good stuff in it. Ugluk almost reached their second key, but not quite. Yeah, that Mark of Dis was brutal. That was a perfectly timed Mark of Dis into that Sanctum that just could not do anything. So good. Alright. Congrats to Kveld. So where does that put Kveld then? 3-0, it looks like? I'm not surprised with that deck that they've constructed. Dang. Okay. So, let's find another match here that we've got. Logan versus X-Ray Creator. What do we got popping over here? Oh, here we go, Fudgenator. We've got some dark tidings for you. Oh, this is a nice looking Dark Tidings deck here. That triple Unity or Discord and double Rocketeer Triska. That's nasty. That is nasty. Static Collection Array with the Collins Chapman, CXO Tabor, Embervac, Light of the Archons, Plasma Nozzle? Heck yeah. That's a solid Starline's house right there. Shadows, the double Blatant Thievery, Walk the Plank, triple Sea Urchin? Dang. The Shadow Council. That Logos has backup plan, Forgive or Forget, Science, double Theory or Conjecture, double Phase Shift, Information Exchange. Woof! That's spicy. Look at this board that they've got too. The 7 Shadows creatures, Hard Simpson with a hand cannon. That Sea Urchin has a draw icon. That is spicy. Shadow Council almost in the center. However, Logan is in the lead with their Mass Mutation. And there's that double Attendant Dark Queen, triple Niflate Niffle Queen, other good stuff there. It's still pretty close. I mean, does Logan have a way to deal with that board? Their look over there is gone. Do they have... They do have a Savage Clash. There it is. Savage Clash to hit that crazy board. Skippy and Talmage remain. They took the Static Collection Array? Yeah, they must have. Yeah, there it is. Did they play it? Doesn't look like we've seen it yet. So maybe they'll play it. Oh, I see. Logan took the Static Collection Array. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, apparently they did. Interesting choice. When you think about it. So Logan's keys are just at 7. That is a terrible artifact to take. Yeah, interesting choice there. Interesting choice. As a non-DT deck, you probably do not want to be taking Static Collection Array. That's very funny. What other artifacts do they have to borrow? I guess there aren't really any other artifacts that Logan would want to borrow, or that they could borrow with the borrow, but in that case, just play it for the Ember and don't steal the Static Collection Array. Or if the Static Collection Array is out, maybe just consider not playing the borrow. Oh, they have an Isotropic Core. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that would have been a nice option. Far better than Static Collection Array, that's for sure. X-Ray Creator with the Rocketeer Triska. Ah, just a Mutagenesis Researcher to pop next to that thing. You know what I really want someday? is a deck with the good old Comm Officer, Gross, and Hings and whatnot, and then Rocketeer Triska. I would love a deck that has those 3 cards together and get that crazy combo popping off. That'd be so fun. Or maybe double Rocketeer Triska. Put Rocketeer Triska on either end of a massive battle line, and then drop the Comm Officers on both sides. That'd be awesome. Get some crazy stuff happening. And then some Unity or Discords to go along with it. Ah, worth discarding the borrow overstealing the array, I feel. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, honestly. I very much do agree with you. Well, we got some Star Alliance shenanigans happening right now. We got Rocketeer Triska with the Light of the Archons. People are entering play ready. We got Unity or Discord doing its thing. Reaps with the Triska. Reaps with the Mutagenesis Researcher. Oh, and plays Unity or Discord again. Wow. What a draw. What a hand. What a play. What a turn. Puts all of that stuff back into the hand. Yeah, it's a spicy combo. My highest number of opponent rage quits were against it. That's what you got to go for. You got to get those opponents to rage quit. Get a combo so incredible that they just can't handle it. Yeah, when you get that stuff popping off and you're just drawing millions of cards and it's just, oh, so good. You know your combo is spicy if the opponent is rage quitting off of it. Logan, alright, so yeah, that was a great turn for X-Ray Creator, and he is now up to 8 Ember checking for that second key. Logan going untamed. Reaps with the Attendant. Reaps with the Dark Queen herself. Plays Lost in the Woods. Nice. Nice throw. Leaves a Rocketeer Triska out on the board. Huh, well that's kind of a interesting decision. Because just a lone Rocketeer Triska is kind of a threat. With 3 draws, that Triska's coming right back, yeah. There's the Isotropic Core that Logan should have borrowed with the borrow. Logan put himself at check by taking the Tide, but I mean, that's not going to last long. How to make the board that big? You mean like, creatures? Or what do you mean? How to make the board that big? Play creatures. Build out the big board. I don't know. Plays Forgive or Forget to archive a couple cards. That's another great card. Forgive or Forget. Oh yeah, or the card size on TCO, yeah. Rocketeer Triska, facing down the Glorion as Attendant. Forgive or Forget archives Light of the Archons and Unity or Discord. Oh, two great cards to archive there. I mean, on my screen, the game board is not like yours. Do you have a big screen size? I play from laptop. Oh yeah, I mean, I have my my screen on like on my monitor here. But yeah, it's probably just has something to do with like the Fudge is saying has something to do with the browse amount or like the zoom amount on my browser, like how I'm zoomed in and stuff. But I mean, you can also change how big the cards are and everything. Like if you go into settings here or like profile, you can like change the size of the cards and whatnot. So I mean, there's some visual settings that you can change around in the profile here. But yeah, also stuff with like how much I'm zoomed in and out on the browser. Plays theory or conjecture to archive the top 2 cards of the deck. Plays phase shift to play the plasma nozzle on Rocketeer Triska. They did not have any creatures. Thanks for the answer. Good luck. Oh yeah, thank you. You are definitely very welcome. Glad to help. Logan Composer goes Logos with Archives, QMax, Skippy Time Hog, Munchling. So that one single Rocketeer Triska cannot be used. X-Ray goes Logos, picks up the Archives for a hand of 9. Big ol' Logos turn coming up, I feel. Well, here's my wait. So with Skippy Time Hog, if X-Ray plays a creature, they wouldn't be able to use it because of Skippy, right? Blatant Thievery to enrage the Skippy. Phase shift for another one. Oh, where's your science? X-Ray creator. Where's your science right now? You didn't draw into your science? Or you didn't have science available? That would have been real nice. Puts the Light of the Archons on the Rocketeer Triska. Talmadge Steelheart drops by the Rocketeer Triska, but cannot be used because of Skippy. Logan goes Shadows. Yep, they still hit check even with that. Logan, yeah, they play the Red Penny to take X-Ray Creator off check. Bone Nithing to steal a couple more. Whew. Throws on the Nexus. DT is really best setting over there. Uh-huh. I guess it is, isn't it? I guess it is. X-Ray Creator. Go Starlines. Take us the tide. As much as I hate to admit it, DT is putting in some work right now. Against Mass Mutation, even. However, Mass Mutation, Logan did just do some mad stealing. They're, even with the Static Collection Array really hindering them, they're still at check. 10 Ember, 7 chains, by the way. Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice how many chains these guys have. Logan with 7 chains, X-Ray Creator with 9. This is why I hate Dark Tidings. Look at those stupid amount of chains. That's so dumb. Colonist Chapman, Mutagenesis Researcher. Yeah, they've been fighting for the tide manually this whole time. Ugluck here, I discarded creatures to play around Mark of Dis last game. Oh, that is very smart. That's really cool. Yeah, I was wondering, like why would you not play those? But yes, Mark of Dis. That is good thinking. See, that right there is why I'm not that competitive of a player. Is right there. Because I don't think of that sort of thing. Also, I had 9 likes a little bit ago, and now I only have 8. What happened? Who unliked my video? Who unliked this stream? How dare you? Is it because I said I hate Dark Tidings? You don't like my stream anymore? Unity or Discord, putting in even more work yet again. Puts all sorts of stuff back in the hand. We got Rocketeer Triska coming back down. Light of the Archons. Oh, that Light of the Archons has a draw pip on it. So that means... Wow, Fudge, I cannot believe that. Took away the like. Just because I don't like Dark Tidings. How sad. I'll be crushed by that forever. I'll remember that. This live stream will never be the same. I love Mark of Dis and Control of the Week because then I don't have to think about which house to pick. There you go. Just let the opponent do the work for you. Let the opponent choose a house. And you're just all set. Don't have to think about it. Wow. Well, there you go. DT did its thing. Fudge, you got to see a Dark Tidings deck win a match. Heck yeah. GG's, X-Ray Creator, and Logan. Dang chains. See, even Logan's complaining about it. The dang chains. And also, him taking the static collection array probably did not help anything either. DT and Sealed is a little underrated. Yep, forcing those chains on the opponent. Dang. I get to see DT win matches rather frequently. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And here you got to see another one. In Sealed. Very nice. Alrighty. So there's that one. Very cool. DT is underrated, period. Alrighty, so what are we looking at now? Looks like we still got Murton and Tran going here. That might be the last game we've got here. DT on DT Sealed kind of blows, but in cross set Sealed it's very good. Huh. I would have thought it's the other way around. It seems like DT on DT would be more fun in Sealed. At least for me personally, I feel like that's how I would play it. But in cross set, it's very good. Huh. I haven't played hardly any like Sealed Dark Tidings stuff, so I would not know. But that's how it would have seemed to me, at least. Okay, looks like Pinkist is dropping here. DT on DT kind of sucks. Huh. Interesting. I'll take your word for it. I've not played enough Dark Tidings to know. So, for these records here, what do we got? I feel like these are kind of outdated. Because we're not like, we're 3 rounds in now, so. Roger Shrubber. Murton. Alright, it looks like this game probably just ended then, because it looks like only Tran is in that room. Let's look and see what happened in this game. What went down over here? Looks like Tran won this one. With a great big disc board here. Very nice. Cool. That is all I wanted to see. So Caveld has gone 3-0. Why does it look like nothing is updated? What's going on right now? This is round 3, right? So I just see a whole bunch of like, oh, here we go. Gorlami 2-1, Karen 2-1, Caveld 3-0. Let's go Caveld. Orion 2-1, Pinkist 1-2, Southerly Elf 2-1, Ugluck 2-1, Easy Galena. We don't know yet. Logan Composer, don't know yet. Or do we? Wait, what? 2-1? Oh, I guess we do. Oh, there were buys and stuff, weren't there? 2-1. Okay, now I'm reading it correctly. Whoa. So it looks like round 4 should be starting here pretty quick then. Ugh. There are a lot of games going on today. Alright, well now we're just in this really awkward part where we just wait, see what happens. See what's next. Oh, there we go. Now we're up to 10 likes. That's what I was going for. Thanks for everybody who's been in the stream. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a good time. Thanks all y'all for stopping by. I reluctantly put mine back. Why, thank you. Thank you for your mercy. You're very merciful for dropping the like, even though I don't like Dark Tidings. Feel better soon? Thank you, Frank Y. I will. I hope to feel better soon. Thank you, thank you. I am feeling a whole lot better. It just feels like the very last of a head cold now, so I'm thinking I should be back up to speed, hopefully later today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow. Alright, so it looks like Karen is getting everything all updated and up to speed on the spreadsheet so we can go into round 4. I don't know how many rounds there are. I would assume like 6 or 7. And then some top cut stuff. Okay. All right, looks like game or round 4 should be up here. Round 4, we've got Caveld versus Galena, Zenzi versus Gorlami, Karen versus Ugluck, Orion versus Southerly Elf, X-Ray Creator versus Tran, Logan Composer versus yours truly, and Merton has a bye. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, I probably shouldn't have borrowed that array. Yeah, I mean, I guess at the moment, at the time, there probably wasn't any other option, but yeah, kind of a tough artifact to have control of when you're not a Dark Tidings deck yourself. All right, is there any particular match here that you guys wanted to watch? Excuse me. Any particular match? We haven't seen Karen yet. I feel like we've seen most other people though. Southerly Elf we haven't seen. Yeah, we haven't seen Karen play yet, so let's hop into that one. Ugh, excuse me. Karen B versus Ugluk. Oh. It was not made as an alliance match. There we go. Alright, so we got Ugluk with his Double Fangs, Triple Garcia, good stuff all around deck. Karen with the Worlds Collide Alliance. We've got... It's kind of funny that probably almost all the Worlds Collide decks that people ended up with as their sealed decks probably had Brobnar in them. But obviously nobody took the Brobnar. They're just taking all the other houses, so it's kind of funny. Because I kept like clicking on these decks and being like, wow, all these Worlds Collide decks are no Brobnar. Oh yeah, they probably just are not using the Brobnar house. Alright, so Karen has Double Binding Irons, Evil Eye, Bloodshard Imp, Library of the Damned, Greater Oxtet, Snaglet, that's cool, Soulkeeper with Eddie, Reassembling Automaton, very cool, Tau, Entropic Swirl, Double Daughter, Remote Access, Double First Officer Frayne, Double Helmsman Spears again, ugh, the Double Spears, Double Frame Comm Officer Kirby Zap Stealth Mode, Molina's Blaster, Cloaking Dongle, some solid upgrades all around, dang. Karen drops the Daughter and a Hapsis, back over to Ugluk who goes Sanctum, drops the Gizzleheart's Zealot, uses that to fight the Daughter, crack the Elusive, throw down the Champion and Naffield to protect the Scout Pete, and back over to Karen who goes Dis, does not pick up the Archives, plays the Evil Eye to increase key cost by 3, get the Ember Play Binding Irons to give Ugluk 3 chains, throws down the Imp Spectre, the Bloodshard Imp, and passes it back over to Ugluk, who now has this nasty Daughter to deal with, a Hapsis that is also kind of a threat, an Imp Spectre to purge, and a Bloodshard Imp to destroy upon reap. Guzzleheart's Zealot fights the Daughter, as does the Anaphiel, cracks the Elusive, then takes it out, plays on the Seeker of Truth, and the Master of the Gray. Your opponent cannot resolve bonus icons on cards they play. That is a nasty, nasty card right there. Karen attempts an answer by calling Starlines, picks up the Archives. Ooh, Helmsman Spears is down. Taunted and protected by the Lieutenant Cracker. Comm Officer Kirby on the other side of Cracker. Throws on the First Officer Frayne. Do they have anything to play off of that Kirby? They do have a Zap. Takes out the Seeker of Truth. That Helmsman Spears and Comm Officer Kirby. And then plays Data Forge off the Kirby. The Spears and Kirby are well protected by that Cracker. But it looks like Ugluk is taking a Sanctum turn to deal with them. Yep, and Naffiel fights the Cracker, and now Spears and Kirby are exposed. Master of the Grade did put in work that turn because Karen did not get the Ember bonuses off of Zap or Data Forge or anything. So yep, both of those threats are gone. Required a turn of exclusive fighting. Also drop the Ardent Hero, but that's what's necessary in order to not just lose to Worlds Collide Starlines. Karen goes this. Throws on the Not Finished With You to return Cracker, Spears, and Kirby to their deck. Plays the Greater Oxtet. Reaps with Inspector, which kills the Inspector. Purges. Oh, what a hit! What a hit on that Inspector. Purges the City State interest at random. Very nice. And then Greater Oxtet purges the Reassembling Automaton. Ugluk takes a Saurian turn, throws down Beware the Eyes, destroys the heck out of that Bloodshard Imp, Shrix, and Torvis. Karen calls this. Plays Festering Touch. Takes out the Master of the Great and the Gizelhart's Zealot. So that must feel good to have that Master of the Grey dealt with finally. Snaglet Reaps. So if Ugluk chooses Starlines next turn, Karen will steal 2. Binding Irons on Ugluk. Soulkeeper on the Snaglet. Scary place to have it. Ugluk goes Saurian, so there's no steal off of that Snaglet. Oh, throws down the Ludo and the Octavia. The Doc Octavia. And then steals with the Shrix. That Ludo is a huge threat at the moment. Huge threat. Karen with the Entropic Swirl to take down the Ardent Hero. Entropic Swirl is such a good card. I love Entropic Swirl. Hapsis fights the Shrix, gets awarded, draws a card, plays the Eddy to archive, put Ugluk's keys up to 7, plays on the daughter, the second daughter, and gets to draw. That was a really, really solid Logos turn. That was good. Sadly, the Ludo did protect the Ember off the Shrix, so Ludo is still there doing his thing to perfection. Ugluk with the Starlines turn. Observumax. Stealthster. Oh, Stealthster on the Ludo. That's nasty. That is nasty. Still no keys forged. Still nobody at check. Hadron Collision on the daughter. Karen respawns with his Starlines turn. There's the second Helmsman Spears, protected again by the Cracker. This time, Ugluk does not have the Sanctum Firepower on board to just fight that stuff off the board. Especially now that a Cloaking Dongle was just placed on the Helmsman Spears. And there's the Kirby. We got all three of them back down again. And that Cloaking Dongle on the Spears is just making life real difficult for Ugluk. Just not enough firepower on the board as of the present moment to deal with that. Perhaps they have something out of hand. The Spirit's Way, perhaps? There's a potential Spirit's Way that's not going to kill the Spears, but it would kill everything else, except the Hapsis would pop the ward. No! Spirit's Way would leave Spears, Walls, and Snaglet alive. Do they have an Axiom? They do have an Axiom, so maybe there's an Axiom of the Grist coming down right now. anything to clear this board. That's a very dangerous board. Yep, there it is. Drops the axiom. Everything is dead. Spears stayed alive, though. Spears stayed alive, and sure enough, Karen instantly called Star Alliance as her next house. The stealth mode. Oh, the second Helmsman Spears. That's crazy, that because both those spears will survive a Spirit's Way, too. So, I mean, even Ugluck's other board wipe is not enough to deal with the Star Alliance threat. And once again, not enough firepower on board to get them off Karen's side of the board. Ugluck goes Star Alliance. Maybe they have an answer in Star Alliance. Oh, okay, that's helpful. An access denied on the Helmsman Spears. However, with the Prefectus Ludo upgraded with the Stealthster, Helmsman Spears still has a target to fight into and not take any damage from. So access denied is only doing so much, keeping Karen from getting the Ember off of a Reap, but discards, sure enough, everything that's not Star Alliance and draws 6 cards. Oh man, Helmsman Spears is so good. Spears is so good. Plays the Zap, Reaps with the other Helmsman Spears, cycles 5 more cards, plays another Zap to finish off that Scout Pete. Ludo, sure enough, protecting it though, or protecting the Ember on it. So that puts Karen at check at 9 Ember for their first key. Ugluck forges their first key, plays their own stealth mode. Oh yeah, that legacy stealth mode, so cool. Access denied on the other Helmsman Spears. So now both spears are locked down. Neither of them can Reap. However, Ludo still has that elusive on him. So they still have, yep, that one fight with the Helmsman Spears to break the elusive. But at least with only just the one creature out, or at least the fact that Helmsman Spears is, that other Spears is going to die if it fights the Ludo, that does lock down Karen's Star Alliance turn at least a little bit. Reaps with the Cracker. And leaves it there. Wow. Ugluck goes Saurian, throws down the Council Primus. Reaps with the Ludo, plays the Defense Initiative. Ooh. You gotta love Defense Initiative too, that's also a really good card. Entropic Swirl pops the ward on the Ludo. Wild Wormholes into Binding Irons, nice. Information Exchange to steal. Daughter, Eddie. And then Hapsis Reaps. Putting Karen at check for their second key at 8. Ugluck goes Sanctum. There's the Spirit's Way, but sure enough, leaves the Daughter, Spears, the Daughter and both Spears alive. Drops the Ardent Hero and the Champion of Naphiel to protect that 2 Ember loaded Consul Primus. So at this point, those Spears, they can't do a whole lot. The access denieds are perfect. Put in the perfect spot there. The Spears will just die if they fight. If both of them fought, they could take out the Ardent Hero, at the very least. But that's definitely not ideal. Reaps with Daughter, plays Tauta Vapors, plays another Daughter, plays Remote Access to use Gorm of Am to destroy their own library. Interesting. Just getting that Gorm of Am out of there. Huh. Ugluck goes Saurian, plays the Imperial Road. Ah! If Karen had just waited one more turn on that remote access, they could have used the opponent's Gorm of Am to hit their Imperial Road. Shrix to steal, Primus to reap, move, and put another Ember on that Helmsman Spears. So now that Spears has 2 Ember on it. So it's in kind of a precarious situation here. Karen calls Dis, picks up the Archives for a hand of 11. That's insane. That's terrifying. Plays Festering Touch to hit the Shrix and the Primus. Soulkeeper on the Helmsman Spears. Not finished with you to return Eddie to their deck. Binding Irons, giving Ugluk even more chains. I feel like Ugluk has been in chains like this whole game, because now they're up to 4. Bloodshard Imp, Greater Oxtet, Malison, building out a massive, terrifying board. Interesting that they didn't place the Snaglet next to the Greater Oxtet. Maybe they're leaving that slot open for something more important, like the Eddie, potentially. Throws down Sensor Chief Garcia, Techno Alien, calls it a day. It looks like Ugluk just had to take that turn purely to keep Karen off their last key. This is a somewhat close game. However, Karen, it looks like, might be taking the dub on this one. If Ugluk doesn't have any other answers here. Ugluk will be especially restrained by that stealth mode. First Officer's Frayne, Kirby, another Frayne. Jeez. And plays the Library of the Damned off the Kirby. Alright, ends their turn, checking at 7 for their final key. Looks like Ugluk just has to go Starlines again. They do have 3 Garcias in their deck, so I mean, and yeah, sure enough, here they are, all 3 of them on board. Putting Karen's keys up to 10. Fights Comm Officer Kirby with the Techno Alien, doing that nice fight effect. Discards to Subdue. Sensor Chief Garcia reaps and is destroyed from Bloodshard Imp. So Karen's keys cost 12, but that was not the most ember generating turn for Ugluk. Double Spears, yes, double Spears. However, they both have access denied on them, so they're not doing much. Ugluk put those access denieds on the perfect creatures. They were still able to do a little bit though, because Ugluk had a Prefectus Ludo with the Stealth Stir. So I mean, at least one of the spears could fight to break the elusive and still get the effect off, but those access denieds are really putting in some work. Karen plays Entropic Swirl. Oh my goodness, just bursting out the wazoo, kills the Consul Primus to get the Ember off of it. Wild Wormholes into Zap. That's crazy. Takes out one of the Sensor Chiefs. Oh my gosh, and plays Eddie to archive. Wormhole Technician, yep. Yeah, I think that's probably the end right there. I think that's probably it. Karen just had a big, scary board that was just too much for Ugluk to handle. It just kept coming out. I mean, because Ugluk had a couple of those board wipes. I mean, they had the Axiom, they had a Spirit's Way, but Karen could just keep fleshing out the board, drop new threats time and again. Greater Oxtet was purging the creatures and cards that Karen didn't need or didn't want. and then not finished with you to shuffle them back into the deck once they've been destroyed. So I mean, the threats were just non-stop. They just kept coming out at a rate that was just too much for Ugluck to handle. So good games to Karen, GG to Ugluck. It was a cool match. Good games. Alrighty. Very cool. Let's see if we have another game to drop into here. Southerly Elf. I don't think we've seen anything from Southerly Elf yet. Let's see what they're up to. Whoa, hey! Southerly Elf has a Coda deck. We haven't seen any Coda decks yet. And we also have a really close match. Alright, so Orion has their Crazy Worlds Collide stuff. Yep, so we've seen that already. Quite a disc board that we've got here. Looks like Obsidian Forge might be a real threat. But Southerly Elf with a Coda. Oh, that's a nice nasty Shadows house right there. The double naughty, Dypno Spymaster, Relentless Whispers. One last job with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like 6 Shadows creatures to go with that. Nerve Blast, Ghostly Hand, Lights Out. Scary. Double Ganymede Archivist, Heartland Mindlock, Phase Shift EP, Dexter, Dr. Scoterra, Brobnar with the Loot the Bodies, Anger, Double Punch War Chest, Double Earthshaker, Grenade Snib, Tireless Crowcag, Phoenix Heart. That Coda deck has some tools for sure. That Coda deck has some tools. And it's putting up quite a fight against Orion's Worlds Collide deck here. Plays the Eddy, Titan Guardian, Hapsis, Igor, Positron Bolt. Huge Logos turn right now. Hits the Dexter. Not quite enough to bring him up to check though. So Southerly Elf has a chance to answer with a big turn of their own. Going Brobnar with the Archives. Oh my goodness. Plays Loot the Bodies into Earthshaker to destroy Eddy, Igor, and Valent Analyst to gain some Ember off of that. Plays the Punch to hit the Armsmaster Melina, gain another Ember off Loot the Bodies. Troll fights Titan Guardian. Orion does get the double draw off of that, but Southerly Elf takes another Ember from the Loot the Bodies. That was a huge Brobnar turn. Put themselves well above check at 9 Ember, checking for their 3rd key. What a shame Orion did not threaten check on that last turn. Otherwise, Southerly Elf may have been forced into a different turn. But the fact that Orion was not threatening anything left an opportunity for Elf to take that huge Brobnar turn. And sure enough, it really paid off. Does Orion have an answer in this? They play Rot Grub, Not Finished With You, to shuffle a whole bunch of stuff back in. Born to Touch, to purge the Ghostly Hand. Reaps with Infernus, Reaps with Malison. They're going for the Obsidian Forge. And sure enough, they pop the Obsidian Forge, paying 8 for the win. Wow. What an end to that game. That was incredible. That was super close. Despite Elf's massive Brobnar turn at the end there, Orion had what it took to hit that Obsidian Forge. That was really cool. It almost begs the question. Now, I don't know if they were open. I don't know if... yeah, I don't... So, I guess Elf maybe didn't have the firepower for it, but maybe it would have been better for Elf to remove those disc creatures off the board during their Brobnar turn, so that Orion didn't have enough Ember or enough creatures to hit that Obsidian Forge. But again, I don't know if they had the firepower to remove any of those disc creatures or not, so... I don't know. That was really good. Great game. Nice win, Orion. GG's. Very cool. Looks like one last job was drawn late. And sure enough, Southerly Elf had 4 Shadows creatures in hand that they would have been able to purge. That would have been a steal of 4, overall gain of 5. That's crazy. Good games. Good games. Alrighty then. Are there any other matches going right now? There's X-Ray Creator and Tran. We could see where they're at. Oh, it looks like we're still like middle game in this one. Big ol' warded mass mutation board here. Scary. Here's X-Ray Creator's Dark Tidings deck. Doing its thing. That crazy Star Alliance. Rocketeer Triska is all beefed up at the moment. Tran going Saurian. Stomps the Rocketeer Triska. Is not enough to kill it though. However, Xenosaurus fighting into it certainly is. Triska is dead. How did Xenosaurus survive that fight, though? That's my question. Plays the Citizen Tricks to steal, Thorough to capture. Exiles the Bonesaw. Ooh. Gives the Bonesaw right on over to X-Ray Creator, who cannot use it. Unless they go dis and just exclusively use that. The Bonesaw is warded, but it does have 2 Ember on it. So that is a bit of a pinata for Tran to take care of at some point. Sea Urchin to steal one. Blatant Thievery. Oh man, X-Ray Creator would have loved to play Blatant Thievery on the Bonesaw had Tran not exiled it. Plays another Sea Urchin and reaps with Hard Simpson. Yeah, good call on destroying this creatures could destroy 2 to steal them in. I had Obsidian Fort on my mind and totally forgot that this creatures can reap. Misplaying my end. Yeah. I wondered if it could go either way there, but it was a close one nonetheless. It was a really cool match to watch. Tran hits up a Saurian. Turn. Again. Oh, never mind. It was a misclick. DT best set again. Here we go again. DT best set. It's putting in some work. That static collection array puts X-Ray Creator at check. And yeah, Tran has those 5 chains. I definitely see why you say DT sealed is fun against cross set. Because yeah, forcing the opponent to deal with those chains and the tide over and over because of cards like Static Collection Array. That makes sense. Alright, so they actually go dis and pick up the archives. Unfortunately, well, I guess never mind. I was gonna say that now X-Ray Creator knows that causal loop is in their hand from the archives, but they would have known that anyway because Causal Loop gets archived along with whatever card they archive with it, so never mind. They would have known that already. Alright, Tran plays Obsidian Forge. Ooh. That QMX is enhanced with the captor, by the way. That's pretty cool. Plays Techno Fiend, Infomorph, the Dis-Infomorph Maverick, Maleficorn, Relentless Creeper fights the Sea Urchin. Interesting. And then Infernus fights the Sea Urchin. Setting up for the Obsidian Forge, it looks like, by popping the wards. Which is very smart. I remember a play I had to do one time. It wasn't in a tournament or anything, I was just playing like competitive online. And all my creatures were warded. And I had an Obsidian Forge lined up. So I was sad because like, oh, I totally have enough creatures in Ember for an Obsidian Forge, but all my creatures are warded. So what I actually had to do first was, the first thing I did was I played a Gateway to Dis to pop all my wards. And then I got to do the Obsidian Forge. And I felt so high IQ in that moment. I was like, wow. I just played a Gateway to Dis on all my warded creatures for the Obsidian Forge play. Incredible. But yeah, Obsidian Forge can be kind of difficult to play around sometimes just because of the wards. Like if you got a big warded board, then that kind of is anti-synergistic with what Obsidian Forge wants to do. 8 chains, yeah, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. Disinfomorph. Disinfomorph. So X-Ray Creator with the Isotropic Core, Science for some crazy stuff, Phase Shift for Unity or Discord. Wow, he actually got some use out of the Bone Saw. That's kind of funny. I didn't think he would ever get to use that. So X-Ray checking at 10 for their second key, Static Collection Array, making their keys cost 5, and they only have 2 chains compared to Tran's 7. Oh, the EP. Nasty. I wonder if they drew that EP off the Neurosiphon. Because that would be pretty clutch if they did. QMax fights the Armadrone. So it gets archived, which again is really cool with the capture icon. Positron Bolt to finish off that hard Simpson, and the Armadrone Causal Loop to archive a card. So now there's Causal Loop, QMax, and one other card in the archives. Back over to X-Ray, who does not get to forge. Even after all that, they still don't get to forge, and Tran is set up with a really nice Obsidian Forge play here. X-Ray goes Shadows. Plays Gasfight Malone's, putting the hand cannon on it. The ultimate Dark Tidings Shadows combo. Gasfight Malone and hand cannon. What is going on with my stream right now? Hello, stream? Are you with me? Are you with me, stream? Come on now. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Hello? Stream? Alright, Tran is going Dis, throwing down the Xenofiend. Reaps with the Techno Fiend. Gets to do the Reap effect there. Discards the Nova Dynamo. Gets that out of the way. Hello, hello. Is my stream functioning properly? YouTube, please. YouTube, please. Work with me here. Work with me here. Alrighty. Infernus fights the gas pipes with Malone. Oh, I'm back. Good, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Wow. X-ray creator. Tran. Tran going ham on this turn, man. Yeah, it looks like they're going for the Obsidian Forge here. And they're still gonna have plenty of Ember left over for their final key after this. Obsidian Forge is probably just restricted to 1 per deck, isn't it? I would love a deck with 2 Obsidian Forges. That'd be awesome. There's no way that it's allowed, though. There's no way you can have 2 Obsidian Forges. Surely not. But that'd be really cool. Sheesh. Yeah, there you have it. Tran pulls off a successful Obsidian Forge, getting to steal along the way. Oh, dang, that's perfect. That steal off the Techno Fiend took X-Ray Creator off check. So not only did he get the Obsidian Forged key, but he also took X-Ray Creator off their second key. What a great play. All of that while also managing to leave their Saurian board alive. DT better win or I'll riot. I don't know. Things are looking grim. Maybe X-Ray Creator can pull off some crazy Starline shenanigans here to get back in the game. But even with the Static Collection Array and Tran having 9 chains, 9 whole chains. Throws down the Researcher. Fights the Xenosaurus. So beefy boy though, that Xenosaurus. Colonist Chapman comes in ready, fights the Xenosaurus. Ambervac on the Rocketeer Triska. So there's a source of some Ember control right there. And once again, that's a big old beefy Rocketeer Triska, goodness. Tran goes Saurian. And picks up the Archives. Oof. Will X-Ray get to forge their second key? Or does Tran have answers? Well, they have the Thero. And now this Citizen Tricks that they just played, so... yeah. High Priest Torvis. Oh, interesting. Thero fought the Rocketeer Triska. I thought that he was going to fight the Monty Bank to take X-Ray Creator off their key. And then the Enraged Shrix finishes off the Rocketeer Triska. Okay, so all of that to eliminate the threat of Triska then. And then exiles Citizen Strix number 2. And humbles the Monty Bank. and then raises the tide. That is what he wanted to do. Neutralize the Rocketeer Triska threat, and then it just took raising the tide to also neutralize the static collection array. So I think there was a world in which Tran could have taken X-Ray off of their key without having to raise the tide and neutralize static collection array, but this works just as well. X-Ray chooses Logos. Theory or conjecture? Apparently Tran forgot about Isotropic Core. Dude, I do that all the time. For some reason, I just cannot ever remember that Isotropic Core is doing stuff. Talmadge Steelheart, Phase Shift to play the Shadow Council, Infomorph. But that's it. It was not enough to take Tran off their last key. There it is. Good games to both of you. Sadly, Dark Tidings did not make it this time. What a shame. Good games. Good match. Alrighty, what are we looking at here? Alrighty. Oh no, Fudginator's gonna riot. Here it comes. Alrighty, so it looks like we're gonna be taking a short break here. And it looks like Challenge is actually back up and running. So we have 5 players in the top cut who are able to go X and 1 after 4 difficult rounds. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we have a bit of a short break coming up here. Yeah. So we will be coming back in about 15-20 minutes for the top cut. So yeah, I think we'll head to break here, and we will be right back. Alrighty, guys. We are back for the top cut of this qualifier event. Let me, so we have challenge. Challenge is back up now. So let's take a look at what we've got here. I just had 2 wonderful no-bake cookies on my break with a glass of milk. It was wonderful. Alright, so round 1, we have Zenzi versus Orion, Karen versus Galena, and it looks like Kaveld has a bye for the time being. The winner of Orion versus Zenzi will be up against Kaveld in the semifinals. So we should watch Orion versus Zenzi is what I'm thinking. Orion and Zenzi. Once their game comes up, we'll be good to go. Playoffs can start. Alrighty, so I have a question for you guys. So you know I have my live streams, and what I have been doing is I would take my live streams, my past live streams, and I would put them up on the Aembermedes archives channel. But now the thing is that YouTube now has a page like on each channel. So like live streams or like YouTube channel pages now have like the videos page where you can look at all their videos, and then they also have a live page. So now YouTube just automatically separates streams and videos for you, and I don't need to do it myself now. Yeah, so yeah, there's an archive channel. I have my Aembermedes archives where I used to, or where I've been putting all my past live streams. So I've been removing them from my Aembermedes YouTube channel. I've been removing them from the main channel, putting them over there. But, and that was all in an effort just to keep things organized, because at the time I only wanted videos on my channel. I didn't want any live streams to be clogging up. But now it's not clogged up anymore because they separate. YouTube just separates them for you. There's 2 different pages now. So what I'm wondering is, now that they can be separated but all in one place, I don't want to be putting things on Aembermedes archives anymore. But the thing is that I don't know what to do with the streams on Aembermedes archives. Because if I try to upload them back to my normal channel, they'll just show up as videos because I'm uploading them as a video. Because like live streaming, YouTube tells that you're streaming to YouTube, so it puts it in the live page, and then if you upload to YouTube, it'll put it in the video page. So if I was to upload the streams back to my channel, they'd show up as videos, not in the live page. So all that to say, what should I do with all the live streams that are way over there? Another reason I don't want to be putting those live streams on the Aembermedes archives channel is because I think that it's okay. I think it's a good thing to have my live streams on my channel, because then newer viewers, when they come to the channel, they'll see that I do multiple things. I don't just do videos, I also live stream. And also, if I can put in a similar amount of quality to my thumbnails and everything, and to my titles and whatnot, for my live streams just as much as my videos, then I think new viewers will be able to come and see lots of diverse content on my channel and not just videos. And then on top of that, they don't also have to then go to a whole different channel just to watch my live streams. It's just all right there. So I don't know what to do with my Aembermedes archives streams. Do I just like take them down and they're just lost streams or something? Do I put them onto my Patreon? Do I don't know. I don't know what to do with them. Because I want to take down Aembermedes archives and just now have everything all consolidated on my Aembermedes YouTube channel. I think that'll be good for drawing in new viewers, maybe incentivizing newer viewers to subscribe, and be more attracted to my content because it's diverse and it's all right there and it's well organized. And they don't have to go to any other channel to watch my stuff. It's just all right there. So, anyway, we have Zenzi up against Orion. So, I mean, if you guys have any If you guys have any insight or advice into that, let me know. At this point, what I'm thinking is I'm just gonna take down the Aembermedes Archives channel, and those might just be lost streams, and we're just gonna have to deal with it, and we'll just go from there. You know, we might just have to deal with the fact that there are a few streams that people won't get to see anymore, and that's just that. The problem with that is that a couple of those streams are some of my most popular. Tears in the rain? I don't know. I have many old VODs that will be lost. Time to think. I don't have a solution. Yeah, we'll see what happens. See, because before, like YouTube didn't have that live page before, so that's why I had the Aembermedes archives, is because I wanted them separate from each other. But now that YouTube has made things much better and easier, now it's like, oh, I don't have to move them somewhere else anymore. I can just keep them there. But yeah, I'd maybe re-upload them all at once and get the spam done with, throw them in playlists. Yeah, possibly. Huh. I wonder if there's a way. Yeah, I don't know. See, I just didn't want to do that because I didn't want them to show up as videos, you know? My one idea was to upload all VODs unlisted. Okay, yeah. And put them into a playlist. So I was wondering if you could do that. Upload them unlisted, and then put them into a playlist. Yeah, there you go. Unlisted playlist could also be good. Yeah, something along those lines. I think if it's unlisted, it won't show up in sub feeds or in video page. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I'm going for. Is that they wouldn't be showing up in the video page or in their sub feeds. So then who would be able, see, I feel like I should know this, but if it's unlisted, then who all is able to watch it? Don't you need to have the link or something in order to watch it? I guess, I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but I'm just wondering. I thought unlisted meant that like only certain people were able to watch it if they had like the link or something. Or maybe that's private, maybe? If I recall, you can have a listed playlist with unlisted videos. You leave the playlist itself public. You leave the playlist itself public, okay. Public playlist, unlisted videos, so they can still access them. And then, trying to think. I think that would all be a really good solution. The only problem I have with that though is that then I just have some random playlist of like 4 random live streams just sitting on my channel. Maybe I could, oh, but you know what I could do? Maybe I could like title them like the lost live streams or something. That could be kind of cool. So I would have this random playlist of just like these live streams from a while ago, but that could be kind of funny, like the lost live streams, the lost Aembermedes live like streams or something. That could be kind of cool. I'll have to look into that, because I think that's better than just removing them. Yeah, the lost levels. There you go. A cool and mysterious name. That'd be cool. Because I think that is better than just removing them entirely. I mean, because those are some good streams, you know? Aembermedes raw and uncut. Because that is, I think, a better solution than just removing them entirely and then nobody ever gets to watch them ever again. Because those are some good streams. Like, there's the stream where I tried to win with the lowest SAS deck in the world. Like, there's that stream where I tried to win a game with that. What else is there? The stream where we went over some spoilers and played some games. Stuff like that. So, I mean, Time to upload multiple terabytes to YouTube. Exactly. They could probably handle it. They probably have multiple terabytes worth of terabytes upon terabytes of data on here already. I don't think my streams are that much though. My streams don't take up that much space, I don't think. I just have multiple terabytes worth of streams. Maybe someday I'll have that many streams. But yeah, actually I actually really like that idea. Upload them as unlisted into a public playlist titled like Aembermedes The Lost Levels, or like The Lost Archives or whatever. That'd be so cool. I think that might be the solution. I think that might be it. And then once I've done that, I'm just gonna take down the Aembermedes Archives channel, and that just won't be a thing anymore. I don't understand why they store all this data for us, but whatevs. I guess they make enough. And that'll be really nice. I'm kind of an organization freak, so I mean, I think it'll be really nice now that videos and live streams are separated on one single channel page to just have that differentiation there, and then only have one channel, so I don't have to worry about that second archives channel anymore. I won't have to direct people there. It'll just all be nice, organized, and consolidated right there on Aembermedes. That'll be perfect. That will be perfect. Alrighty, so anyway, what are we looking at in this game here? Orion is ahead by a whole key. Zenzi struggling in the back here, only got half a key. What does Zenzi have? Mass Mutation, Double Gateway, Mark of Dis with 3 sins. Oh, that's really cool. Opened up a sin deck. Envy, Greed, and Pride. Those are 3 good sins to have together. Pride for that key cheat, taxing. Greed for some extra card draw. Envy for some capture. That's pretty cool. Double Purify, Potion of Invulnerability, Lieutenant Gorvenal, Double Champion and Aphiel. We got the Faust, Ludo, Octavia, Library Polyosaurus, Exile, City State. That's some good stuff. City State with Spoils of Battle. That's a lot of capturing. Orion with his Worlds Collide, the Double Eddy type, Double Titan Guardian, Double Rot Grub, Born Its Touch, Double Freen. Good stuff all around. Yeah, let's go Orion. Come on, Orion. Let's get it. Fellow content creator, teammate on ABR. ABR teammate. Orion with the Tachyon Pulse. Oh, what a hit. Zap. 2 zaps, in fact. Light of the Archons on the Malison. Oh, that's cool. Interesting to put it on the Malison, not the Eddy. I guess those archives will probably get picked up inevitably at some point, so then Eddy is just not doing a whole lot. Zenzi responding with a Sanctum turn. Thrown down. Whoa, how did I miss that? How did I miss the Abond the Armor Smith? The Legacy Abond. That's so cool. I love Abond the Armor Smith. He's one of my favorite AOA Sanctum creatures. That's so cool. Beefing up that Lieutenant Gorvenal? Or like, could you imagine like Avon the Armor Smith with like Lady of the Arena and stuff like that? That'd be, or even like Urian the Circumspect? That could have been a cool reprint for Dark Tidings. Avon the Armor Smith with like Urian and stuff. That would have been really cool. And Larry of the Lake. I guess they have Larry of the Lake for that. I guess Larry of the Lake is kind of the replacement for Abond. But it's just type dependent. So I guess that makes sense. Never mind. They just made a Dark Tidings version of Abond. So Zenzi is still not threatening a key here. Orion with a Dis turn. Rot Grub. Ryan says, remember how I said I had lucky draws our first game? Disappointed face. Oh, the Hysteria. Throws on Malison, the Rot Grub again. Jeez. Crazy. Orion is so compassionate in that he feels for the opponent. He's like, ugh, I know that the opponent is suffering a little bit right now, especially with these plays. Me, on the other hand, when I'm in a tournament setting and I'm playing like matches like this, I literally do not care how the opponent feels. I literally, if my play hurts them, then good. I'm glad it hurts them. Let it hurt them more. If it's a painful play, if I'm getting lucky draws, then I couldn't be happier. I don't care how they feel about it. Me and Orion are a little bit different in that aspect, apparently. If they're getting unlucky, I'm like, heck yeah, I'm so glad they're unlucky right now. Orion with the Rot Grub getting archived, Gleeful Mayhem, getting a lot of that Ember back that was city stated. And Soul Fiddle enrages the Cornson Octavia. Taylor Crypto, welcome to the stream. Good to see ya. Glad to have you in the chat. We are in the top cut of the qualifiers at the moment. I'm the same way. Yeah. I mean, it's like the job's not done until the job's not done. I haven't won until I forge all 3 keys. And anything that could possibly go wrong with the opponent, I hope it goes wrong, because I still haven't won yet. We've got to get those keys. Anything could happen. It's KeyForge. Anything could happen. So the more that goes wrong for the opponent, the better. Zenzi dropping a big ol' Sanctum board, but generating no Ember. Orion, meanwhile, forges their second key. They now have 2.5 keys, looking for that third. We've got Anomaly Exploiter, Daughter. Sure enough, Eddie once again. Igor, oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I called this like right at the beginning of the stream. That Hysteria is going to put in so much work in Orion's deck. With like the Eddies and the Rot Grubs and the Igors and everything. So many high value play effects to replay with the Hysteria. I was playing some Alliance matches while I was sick this week. So I just had plenty of time to be playing KeyForge Online. And I played a number of Alliance matches. And I ran up against this AOA Alliance deck a couple times that had some just insane things going for it. And it had a similar game plan with like the Hysteria and the Logos, where you had Helperbot. He would play like 3 Igors, and then a Helperbot to play Hysteria and put all that stuff back into his hand, and then play all those 3 Igors down again, and then Helperbot into something else. It was just crazy. The deck did so much. It was insane for an AOA deck, or an AOA Alliance deck, I should say. And I think it even beat me once too. And I think it also had like 3 Ronnies and stuff, so I mean, he was getting the play effect of the Ronnies back and all that sort of thing. Alright, Orion playing the Obsidian Forge. Obsidian Forge is down. Bornet's Touch to purge the Ardent Hero. Soul Fiddle to enrage Abond, and Rotten Grub to lose 1. Or to have Zenzi lose 1. Yeah, this game is a bit of a blowout so far. Zenzi at 0 keys, 2 Ember. Orion at 2 keys, 2 Ember. Yes, in Sealed Alliance, you can definitely still get a bad pull. 100%. Believe it or not. Dino Fiend, Bonesaw, Bravel. Discards the Gateway. I mean, just look at the size of this Daemonite. 4 power, 3 armor. I love it. All because of Abond. Let's go, Abond. 2 armor on the Cornus and Octavia. It is harder though, yes. I had 2 low 60s and made the finals, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you could have like the two really crappy pods and then one like really banger pod. So then you just grab the banger pod, put that in your Alliance deck, and then it's almost like the rest of the deck doesn't even exist. You don't even got to worry about it. Luck still required, but neither deck individually was making it that far. Yep. You just got to take the best of what you've got and put it together. Because, I mean, really stellar pods can show up in some really crappy decks. So, I mean, even if you pull up a crappy deck, if it has one solid pod, then you can still put together a pretty decent Alliance deck. And the pod doesn't even have to be that stellar, like the best of the 3 pods. And then especially if it synergizes well with your other pods, then you've got a real banger on your hands. Or I should say pods from the other decks that you have. Whoa, this City State Interest is putting in work right now. What sort of board wipes does Orion have? Not many, if any. There's the Hysteria. Hysteria would be absolutely killer right now, but it's in the discard pile. It's in the discard pile. Holy cow. I feel like Hysteria would just outright win the game for Orion. But it's 6 cards deep in the discard pile. Gleeful Mayhem does some damage, but that's not a board wipe. Yeah. Is this where Zenzi's comeback begins? Zenzi has this massive board that Orion's going to have a really hard time dealing with. I mean, so if Zenzi can get some work done with this board before Orion can reach his 3rd key, then we might have a real match here. Because with a board this size, I mean, Zenzi should always be able to keep Orion's board under control. Especially combined with direct damage and direct removal. Then he reaps out the rest of the time, gets effects from other things. The winner of this game gets into KFPL 5, by the way. Whoa, guys, we have stakes. We have huge stakes on this game. The winner of this game gets... Oh, wait, what? Message retracted? Maybe not. Maybe it's not. Hold on a minute. Oh, there's a double Ember Pain reaction. Look at that. Ah. Oh, come on now. That's pretty cool. Double Ember Pain reaction, sure enough, deals with Orion's board, bursts way up to check at 9. Oh, Easy Galena isn't in yet either, so the winner of that game will get in. Okay, so not this game. The game against Easy Galena. The winner of that game will make it into KFPL 5. Okay, so never mind. We just got a regular old match here. Well, kind of. I mean, whoever wins this match will get the chance, again, to qualify for KFPL. Alright, so that's a pretty decently sized board right there that Orion just spat out of Star Lines. Commander Chan, Molina, Frayne, and Explorer. The Molina is going to make it a little bit difficult for Zenzi to deal with that board. But Zenzi did, at the very least, forge a key. Forge their first key. And things are getting intense. They're heating up a little bit. Zenzi really contemplating how to take out these creatures, which ones are the most effective creatures to take out, how to do so without losing too much of his own battle line or giving too much Ember to Orion, because his creatures are really loaded up with Ember at the moment. Orion did reshuffle, so Hysteria is back online again. If Orion can just cycle back into his Hysteria, then I think that'll just be a win right there. But again, that's all dependent on Orion actually getting there. Oh my goodness. Zenzi with... Ooh, Zenzi drops the Pride. Bonesaw fights the Molina. Brabble reaps and Bonesaw reaps. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Zenzi is nearing that second key. Orion is really contemplating here. He has a Starlights board of 3 creatures. He could reap out and threaten check. Goes Dis. Plays the Wretched Doll. Oh! One more. There it is. He can Obsidian Forge for the win right here. Obsidian Forge, Obsidian Forge, Obsidian Forge. There it is! What a play. That 3 Fates came in clutch to pop some of those creatures and get the Obsidian Forge. That's awesome. This is like the second game now that Orion has won off of an Obsidian Forge. You gotta love the old Obsidian Forge. Heck yeah. What a win. Good games to Zenzi and Orion. So that means Orion is going to be going up against Galena, I believe. Then the winner of that match is going to make it into KFPL. So KFPL entry explained, the winner of Orion versus Zenzi will play Keveld. Oh, okay, hold on. So let's see what we got here. The winner of Orion versus Zenzi will play Keveld, so that means it's going to be Orion versus Keveld. If that player beats Keveld, they will qualify. If that player loses, then they will play Easy Galena for the entry. Okay, so Orion is going up against Keveld, it looks like. Let me refresh here, see what we're looking at. So we got Keveld versus Orion. So if Orion beats Keveld, they will qualify for KFPL. If that player loses, then they'll go up against Easy Galena, and then if they beat Easy Galena, then they'll make it in that way. Interesting. Okay. Well, here we go then. Kveld versus Orion. It all comes down to this, to see if Orion makes it into KFPL. If he loses this match, he does have another chance against Galena though. So, there's that. So we got Orion's solid mass mutation deck here. Up against Kveld, also has a mass mutation deck. This is the Maverick Shadows Hadron Collision deck. With the Johnny Longfingers, double Axiom, double Shrix, double Mark of Dis, Ritual of Tognath with double Brabble and a Dark Minion, double Snarette, Turnkey, Infernus, Waking Nightmare. Lots of really solid stuff there. Saurus Rex is cool too. Kveld starting it off with a Vandalize. And Orion loses the Tachyon Pulse to that Vandalize. Orion with the Logos, Titan Guardian, Babbling Bibliophile, and Hepsis. Oh, for some reason I call this a Mass Mutation deck. This is a World's Collide deck. I don't know what I'm saying. Kveld calls Saurian. Discards Blast from the Past, plays the Axiom, and a sorry about that. And that was well played by Kveld to make it so Orion does not get the draw off Titan Guardian. Played around that Destroyed effect quite well. Orion plays Rotgrub, Soul Fiddle, discards Obsidian Forge. Probably playing around a Borrow. Yeah. Had to discard the Obsidian Forge just because the risk of Kveld borrowing it is too high. So that's probably a smart, definitely a smart discard. And yeah, and sure enough, Kveld had Borrow in hand. So had Orion played the Obsidian Forge, Kveld would have taken it. But was instead forced to take the Anomaly Exploiter, which is not nearly as advantageous. Oh, the Mark of Dis. Mark of Dis on Eddie. Very rude. Destroyed the Eddie in the process, so Orion has to go Logos. Ends up replacing the Eddie with another one. A new Eddie. And Titan Guardian is still on board here. Fights the Brabble. Oh, interesting. Very nice. Kveld plays another Vandalize. This time it looks like Orion loses the Not Finished With You. Seeker Needle to deal damage to Eddie. Oh wow, there you go. Anomaly Exploiter actually coming in handy. That's a cool combo actually. The fact that Anomaly Exploiter is in Shadows because of the Borrow. Seeker Needle into Anomaly Exploiter, that's pretty much just a free creature destroy. Like anytime you want on Shadows. That's really cool. Ooh. Kveld has the Vandalizes. Well, Orion has Bornit's Touch. Bornit's Touch versus Vandalize. Oh, nice hit on the Bornit's Touch as well. Purges the Infernus. Reveals Snarette, Dark Minion, Infernus, Mark of Dis, and Brabble. Chooses to purge the Infernus over the Mark of Dis. Interesting decision. I guess Infernus is such a huge threat that Mark of Dis, you might be able to play around that a little bit more. But Infernus is just, you can't play around that really. Oh man, plays his own Infernus, purges the initial Mark of Dis and the Borrow, and then Hysteria is the Infernus back to hand to play it again. That is some nasty, nasty Worlds Collide play right there. Purges the Vandalize, both Vandalizes upon that second Infernus play. So those are some real quality cards right there that Cavell just lost. Infernus off the Bornit's Touch, and then all 4 of these off of a single Infernus Hysteria combo. Cavell goes Saurian, throws down the Saurus Rex, Citizen Tricks to steal one, Galeatops, Prefectus Ludo. Huge Saurian board out of nowhere. Saurus Rex is not in the center at the moment, but that's totally okay. He can fix that on a later turn. Ludo is protecting that Ember, especially on the Shrix and everything. Oh, but Orion has the answer with the 3 Fates. What a great card. Saurus Rex, Galeatops, Infernus fights the Citizen Shrix. Okay. Orion had an answer. Cavell dropped a massive Saurian board. Orion was like, I don't care. 3 Fates, and then a fight. Cavell attempts an answer with a Dis turn. Throws down a Snaret? Oh, hold on a minute. Throws down a Ritual of Tognath. They didn't have to destroy any friendly creatures because they didn't have any on the board. So they just got 3 free Ember, practically a Dis Virtuous Works. Throws on the Snaret, Grim Reminder to archive Shrix, Ludo, Saurus Rex, and Galeatops from the discard pile. So that's an even bigger Saurian turn that Cavell will probably have later down the road. And there are still no keys forged, nobody at check. Orion goes Star Alliance, throws down the Frayne, puts the Light of the Archons on the Frayne along with a, what is that? A Chan's Blaster. So that Frayne is beefed up a little bit there, very nice. Back over to Cavell. Cavell goes Shadows. Throws down the Bone Kniving for no value. Johnny Longfingers. Always a value. Lyco Thief with the damage. Does that to First Officer Frayne so that Seeker Needle... Oh, wait, what? Why didn't he Seeker Needle the Infernus? Maybe just to keep it out of the discard pile? Maybe he left the Infernus alive just to keep it on the board and he doesn't have to deal with it. Deal with it coming back from the discard pile, I mean. What sort of recursion does Orion have? Not Finished With You, which got vandalized early in the game. What else does it have? Not a whole lot else. So I mean, I don't feel it would have been all too risky to Seeker Needle Infernus off the board to get that Ember, but I understand the concern of just Orion recurring it and getting to play it again. Star Alliance, Orion plays Nurse Soto, Expo Rover. Frayne fights Snaret. Johnny Longfinger steals one from Snaret dying though. Still nobody at check, and no keys. Good old Johnny Longfingers though. Always one steal, at least, unless he gets purged. I do remember watching a game where Cavell was playing this deck and Johnny Longfingers got purged with Things of Gizelheart. So I mean, that Destroyed effect didn't go through, provided no value to any of his other mutants. That was a worst case scenario for Johnny there. Cavell goes Shadows, plays the Mug on the Nurse Soto. Ooh, uses Anomaly Exploiter to take out the Frayne. And then Seeker Needles the Soto. Hadron Collision on Explorer, Safe House, Reaps twice. That was a really nice play. Big burst to 10 by Kveld, checking for the first key. Does Ryan have an answer? Again, I just love that Anomaly Exploiter is in shadows right now. That's so cool. Paired with the Seeker Needle, so much potential there. And then just getting to destroy the Frayne on that Shadows turn. It was a great turn. And no, Orion had no answer. Orion did put themselves at check for their first key, but Kveld gets to forge with 4 left over. Kveld goes Saurian and picks up the archives. Alright. Here comes the massive Saurian board. Clears off as much of Orion's board as he possibly can before putting it all down. Takes Orion way off check with the double Shrix, the Ludo. Saurus Rex is in the middle. Monument to Shrix comes down, and we got Galeotops off to the side as well. So now Orion is definitely in a bit of a predicament. Kveld checking for their second key at 8. And then if Orion loses this, he is going to go up against Galena. And from what I can tell, that'll be another chance. If he beats Galena, then he'll have a chance to get into KFPL. If he wins that match. But he might not have to worry about that. He might win here, but it's not looking likely. Frayne comes down to capture 1. Molina, Commander Chan. Zap to hit the Shrix. Get that Ember, remove the steel thread off the board, and put Saurus Rex off to the side. Very nice. Kveld, however, does still get to forge. Their second key. So they've got 2 keys, 1 Ember, 1 Chain. Ryan, no keys, just a half a key. So he's fallen way behind on keys and everything. We will just have to see what happens. Can Kveld keep up the momentum? Oh yeah, and the Shadows Hadron Collision. That's so funny. Kveld played and used cards from like 3 different houses on that Shadows turn. Kveld uses Monument to Shrix to effectively steal 1. Reaps with the Shrix to steal another. Saurus Rex reaps, Ludo reaps. He's just racing now. He's just bursting to his 3rd key. Not even bothering with other houses. He's just playing. Oh, but Orion had the information exchange to answer it, to steal 2. Titan Guardian fights the Ludo. Throws on an Igor. And that's that. Took Kveld off their key once. But Kveld could very well just go Saurian again, reap out, and use Monument to Shrix. But it looks like he's going this instead. Oh, the Mark of This. Sadly, he was unable to Mark of This either of the Logos creatures because they would have died. And Mark of This wouldn't have gone off. So he forced Orion into Star Alliance instead to try and deal with this disboard that was just thrown down. So now we're at Dark Minion. Brabble. Kveld is at check at the moment. He played Awakening Nightmare for the Ember, obviously. So, yeah, Star Alliance was really Kveld's only choice with that Mark of This, because anything else would have died. So it definitely was not ideal. But I mean, Orion has an answer right here in Star Alliance. Like, the Frayne is down on the board. Commander Chan will be able to do some more work across the board here to make Commander Chan fight the Citizen Strix. Okay, good choice. Titan Guardian fights the Snarette and will get destroyed to draw 2. But that puts Kveld at well over check, though. He reaps once to take 1. Does he have another? No, that should be it. There it is. So good game, Kveld. GG's Orion. So Orion will be heading to a game with Galena. And then Kveld will be heading off. Let me take a look here. Then Kveld will be heading to the finals to face off against Karen. Good games. All right. So now it should just be Orion versus Galena. Alrighty, so we have Orion versus Easy Galena for 3rd place and the KFPL 5 qualification. And then after that, it's going to be Karen and Kveld in the finals. We got 2 matches left. And then Karen says if she wins, then all that money is going to be donated back to KFPL. So that's... she won't be winning her own prizing. It'll just go to KFPL stuff. Alrighty. Very cool. Here we go. Galena versus Orion. So neither of them are currently qualified for KFPL, if I remember correctly. So the winner of this match gets into KFPL. The loser does not. The stakes are very high for this match. The stakes are very high for this match. It all comes down to this. Orion's Worlds Collide deck versus Galena's, I think also, Mass Mutation deck, I think. Yeah, Galena. Oh yeah, Galena has the double Infernus, Mindfire, double Fandangle, double Octavia Ludo. Oh yeah, that's a nasty looking deck right there. It's a nasty looking deck right there. Alright, high stakes match. It all comes down to this for the qualification of KFPL 5. And then, Swindle Dust Chronicles, you're in here, right? If so, Galena hasn't qualified yet either. So, I mean, both of their potential qualifications are riding on this match, because neither of them have qualified yet, correct? Alright, starting it off with Titan Guardian. Oh, Fandangle is out already. With a rapid evolution to boost his power by 1. Arms Master Molina with a force field. Got some beefy creatures out here with the hazardous and whatnot. Oh yeah, so the winner of that game will get in. Okay. So yeah, it really does all come down to this then. Both of them fighting. Both of them fighting for their spot in Season 5 of the KeyForge Premier League. Orion throws down the Daughter. Titan Guardian fights the Fandangle. Yep, eliminate that threat right away. Actual witch creature. And then Titan Guardian gets to draw 2, but turning it back over to Galena. Galena goes untamed. Oh, the Ghost Hawk play for some burst. Reaps with the Dark Minion and the Faust. Damage icon hits the Daughter. Goes up to 4. Plays down the Pismire. That's going to be a constant threat that Orion needs to deal with. That key tax cannot be entertained. Cannot be cannot be tolerated. And then finishes with a look what I found to return Rapid Evolution, Fandangle, and Soulkeeper to their hand. Oof. So Fandangle is back. That's going to be a big threat that Orion needs to be on the watch for, probably on this next turn. Especially when the Rapid Evolution hits that Fandangle. That'll be one beefy Fandangle. 3 Fates hits the Pismire, Melina, and the Faust, throws down the Infernus, and purges from the opponent's discard pile. Which is not a whole lot in there right now, but he does still get to purge a couple big threats, the Pismire and the Faust. All the key tax. Oh, Hysteria for the Infernus again. Jeez. But I mean, Orion's getting rid of those key tax cards. The Pismire, the Faust. This time, Orion purges from his own discard pile, hits the Armsmaster Melina in the Force Field, dropping Galena down to 3. He throws down the Malison to finish it off. And back over to Galena, who responds with a disturn of his own. Which Galena has his own Infernuses. Which sure enough, he's going to go to town on that discard pile. Again, these are some very, very early game Infernuses. So they're not purging a ton. They're still purging good stuff, but they're not... What am I trying to say? They're not like swinging the game all that much at the moment, because we're still very early in the game. Nobody's forged anything. They're still at low amounts of Ember. They're just purging what they can. And in this case, that is 3 Fates and Positron Bolt. Dark Minion, Umber Fiend comes down. Back over to Orion. The Soulkeeper on the Umber Fiend is pretty nasty. Not only does Galena get the steal 1, but also gets to destroy the most powerful enemy creature. Orion goes Dis. Lots of Dis. Just Dis right now. Reaps with the Infernus. Malison fights the Dark Minion. Galena, one of Galena's creatures will be capturing from his own side. That'll be the Infernus. Gleeful Mayhem to pop that Infernus. Very nice. And then the Not Finished With You. Doesn't grab anything out of his discard pile, though. Galena goes Untamed. Alright, now here comes the big Fandangle. There's a Ghost Hawk to reap. Fandangle. Rapid Evolution to boost it up to 8 power. 3 Fates is purged. So that is not something that Orion can rely on anymore to take care of big creatures on the opponent's side of the board. Orion answers with a Starline's turn. Plays the Nurse Soto to heal that Malison, which he also throws a Chan's Blaster and Light of the Archons on. So that's a beefy Malison that can do some real work and take Ember from the opponent onto the opponent's creatures. Galena calls Saurian, plays Library Polyosaurus, Xenosaurus. Orion is also at check. Fandangle is doing his thing. Fandangle is allowing creatures to enter play ready right now. Orion didn't have any answer to the Fandangle, so that's a really scary spot to be in, with the opponent's creatures entering play ready like that. Ryan could have traded the 2 disc creatures for the 1 Fandangle, technically. Very true. It just must have not been an ideal turn like, at all. Worth it though? After that turn, probably. It may have been worth taking the really bad disc turn to remove the Fandangle. But at the same time, it's so hard to make that choice because, like, oh, I take this really suboptimal turn just to remove 1 creature from the board. Or I take a much more optimal turn, but then risk the Fandangle staying alive. So it's tough. So Orion puts themselves back in check. Gleena is in check. It looks like they're going to get to Forge here. Putting Gleena at a very slight lead. Fandangle still left undealt with. Gleena plays the Mindfire. Orion loses the Rot Grub, so there's no steal. Inspector with the damage to pop the Rot Grub. Oh, nice play. Fighting with the Umber Fiend, getting the steal and the destruction. Stirring Grave to Archive and Furnace. Yeah, Fandangle's still here. Orion does at the very least get to Forge. Do they have an out-of-hand option to deal with the Fandangle? No, he does not. Does drop an Eddie and a Daughter. Hopefully, Daughter will help him get to something quicker that he can use to deal with the Fandangle. But yeah. Gleena. This is like 3 turns in a row where this 8-power Fandangle has just stayed alive. Goes Dis with the Archives. This cannot be good. Reaps with the Inspector, puts him to 4, so Fandangle's effect is in full effect. Plays Hystracog, who fights the Eddie. Plays the Infernus. Dang. It's scary enough when Infernus drops normally, let alone when it drops ready. So brutal that the Fandangle has lived this long. Yeah, it really is. Orion has still managed to stay in it for the most part. He has fallen behind a little bit here, both in Ember, especially on board. Just the fact that his board is being kept so small makes it so hard for him to deal with that Fandangle. Because if he doesn't have any out-of-house options, or out-of-hand options, he's not going to be able to fight it off because the thing is so huge. He has Wretched Doll, but that's going to take multiple turns. Because he could put a Doom counter on the Fandangle, but then he's going to have to call Dis again on a later turn to utilize it to its full effect. Obsidian Forge, Bornet's Touch. And yeah, it looks like he has to resort, this very last resort, the Fandangle. With the Doom counter. But Gleena, it's still alive. He has 6 Ember now. All his Saurian guys will be entering play ready. Dreadbone Decimus will hit that Daughter. Reaps with the Shrix. And then Dreadbone Decimus's effect is just a play fight effect, so when he reaps, he doesn't have to worry about sacking one of his own creatures. Oh, Saurian Egg. Saurian Egg hits the Rapid Evolution and the Cornicen Octavia, so then the Octavia enters play ready, and with 3 extra power. this is where a gateway, or even just I guess a Harbinger of Doom is what he would need at this point. A Harbinger or a Red Alert, but he doesn't have either of those tools. Looks like board control is the biggest thing that Orion's deck lacks. The Hysteria is important, but it's in the discard pile at the moment. Or at this point, it might even be purged. 3 Fates at least is purged. Anomaly Exploiter hits the Hystercog, and at the very least, Orion has been taxing Glena's keys right here, forging at 8. Yeah, better have some scaling Ember Control, or yeah, some scaling A. That's Ember Control, right? I always forget the abbreviations. I'm not very good at remembering them. A is Ember Control, I think. Galena goes Untamed. Fandangle fights the Eddy. Okay, cool. Reclaim by Nature to purge the Obsidian Forge, so now even Obsidian Forge isn't an option. But again, I mean, with such a small board, Obsidian Forge probably wasn't even an option to begin with. Vault's Blessing just to add insult to injury. And yeah, that puts Galena at check for their final key at, they were at 9. Frame captures to bring them down to 8. We got Chan and Explorer coming down along with the Zap. 2 Zaps in fact. But the Zaps came along too late. Zaps came along too late. Those are probably his last options to deal with those 2 Fandangles outside of the Wretched Doll. But it wasn't enough. That's it. Galena defeats Orion 3-1. GG's to both of you. Congrats to Galena for making it into KFPL Season 5. Congrats. Congratulations. Yeah, Fandangle really did take that game over. That 8 power rapid evolutioned Fandangle absolutely put Orion in the deep end. So GG's to both of you. Congratulations to Galena for qualifying for KFPL Season 5. Amazing. So there's just one game left, and that would be the finals. Kveld versus Karen. Kveld versus Karen for the grand finals of the 5th Sealed Alliance Qualifier event of KFPL 5. Or at least, this event happens to be Sealed Alliance. Congrats to Easy Galena for the KFPL 5 qualification. Heck yeah. Alrighty, let's hop into this game here and spectate the finals. Oops. Okay. Alrighty, and we're in Kveld with this nasty double Mark of Disc, Grim Reminder, double Brabble, double Snarrat, Infernus, Turnkey, Dispod, double Axiom, double Shrix, Perfectus Ludo, Saurus Rex, Monument to Shrix, Blast from the Past, Saurian Pod, a Shadows Pod with double Vandalize, Borrow, a Maverick, Shadows, Hadron Collision, Bone Nithing, Lycothief, Mole, Craziness, Karen B with the Worlds Collide, double Binding Irons, Snaglet, Soulkeeper, Greater Oxtit, Inspector with a Bloodshard Imp, Entropic Swirl, Tata Vapors, double Spears, double Frayne, all that good stuff. Zap, Cracker, double Helmsman Spears. I mean, as we saw in the last game that we spectated with Karen, the Helmsman Spears are just insane. Or maybe that was a different deck that put in a lot of work with the Spears. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it was somebody else that also had a double Spears pod. And the Spears just went ham. So as we know, double Spears is a force to be reckoned with. Blast from the Past! Love that card. Blast from the Past is epic. Blast from the Past is a great card. We've got another spectator. Bro, go watch the stream on the actual live stream. Go watch the actual live stream, not here. Come on now. Karen with the Eddie and the Wormhole Technician. Man, those last two matches were heartbreaking. Oh, yeah. Gugh. But I mean, hey, there was still some great gameplay. They were still good games overall. Lots of fun to watch. And awesome work making it this far in the event. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. Alright, Caveld answers with a Dark Minion and a Brabble and a Snarette. Karen goes this, picks up the Archives for a 7-card hand. Throws down the Bloodshard Imp, the Greater Oxtit, and the Snaglet. Taunt, at the end of your ready card step, purge a card from your hand. If you do, give Greater Oxtit 2+1 power counters. Nice. Purges the Molina's Blaster. Greater Oxtit is just so good for getting those lesser value cards out of your deck for good and just leaving you with the good stuff. I definitely could have played better in my game against Caveld. Might not have been enough, but made some sequencing errors for sure. Yeah, the sequencing can be tough. It can be kind of frustrating to misplay the sequencing sometimes. I feel that. Against Galena though, just drew all the C so fast, needed it later. Yeah. And then once he just got rid of it for good and like purged it, like the 3-face was Infernus. Hysteria was just buried in the discard pile, like you were saying. You got it too early. Yeah. Just came out at the wrong time. So fun, heck yeah. Glad it was so fun. Glad you got to compete and enjoy yourself. And heck yeah, good times. Always glad to watch my ABR teammate playing in some other events. It's always a good time. Alright, so Karen's Helmsman Spears is out on the board, posing a threat at the moment. Also, oh wow, Wild Wormholes into the Entropic Swirl, that's really cool. And the Zap, Greater Oxtit purges the Hapsis. So now Caveld needs to ask themselves, can they deal with the Helmsman Spears? Do they have the firepower? Do they have what it takes? Thanks for streaming. Heading out. See y'all next time. Alrighty. Hey, thanks for stopping by and watching. It was a lot of fun having you. Have a good day. Oh, very nice. Caveld does have the answer. Goes Saurian and drops an Axiom. Nice. And puts himself at check too. Jeez. I'll be posting my games too at some point. Nice. I'm excited to watch the ones that I missed, that I didn't get to stream. So Karen did information exchange and play Daughter. Caveld borrows and plays Mole and does some Secret Needle stuff. Karen plays the Evil Eye to stop Caveld's first key again. Puts a Soul Keeper on the Daughter, Binding Irons, and Library. Caveld goes Dis. Answers with a Disturn of their own. Kills the Daughter with the Mark of Dis. So Mark of Dis, the effect of Mark of Dis does not get to go off. But at the very least, the Daughter's gone. As is the Soul Keeper. Turnkey and Brabble. Karen responds by going Starlines, dropping the second Helmsman Spears. The second Spears is out. Caveld needs to deal with it again. Do they have another answer for another Spears. This one protected not by Greater Oxit, but by Lieutenant Cracker, who has Hazardous 3. Actually, make that Hazardous 6. Oh my, and a cloaking dongle. So everybody's elusive now too. Kveld does get to forge as a compensation for this Starlines board being dropped. What might they have in hand? They've already played through. Axiom is gone. I guess they have 2 Axioms though. They have 2 Axioms. Blast from the Past. If they archived the Galeotops or Umbrosaurus. Hadron Collision is still online. So he has options in his deck. The question is, does he have them in his hand right now? That is a defense for sure. Action cards are Kveld's only hope. Yes, absolutely. And sure enough, there's an action card that did the job. Tempting Offer. Karen did get an Ember off that, but I'd say it's absolutely worth it. Just to get that Spears off the board, especially with all this other Starline stuff out there as well. And then use a Safe House to archive the Turnkey. That's really cool. Johnny Longfingers comes down. Karen responds in Starlines, puts down the Helmsman Spears again. Frayne captures. Oh, another Frayne. Oh my gosh, what is the Starlines board that's happening right now? Even one Spears turn could launch Karen to the W. Yes, this is so true. Hadron Collision. Kveld had another answer. The Maverick Hadron Collision gets the job done. Seeker Needles the Frayne. Lyco Thief. Whoa. Things are moving so fast. Bonithing steals one. Safe House to archive Bonithing. And then Johnny Longfinger fights the Frayne and steals one off of it. So we have a really good setup play. We have a real nail-biter of a finals match here, folks. Karen goes Logos with the top Vapors, plays out another Daughter. Does not put it by the Lieutenant Cracker. Interesting. Yeah, that is a lot of late game value. I mean, we've got the Bonithing. We've got the Turnkey. I mean, a Turnkey play, a critical Turnkey play, with maybe some extra protection or even just well-timed, could mean everything. It could buy you just enough time to put yourself in check and win. Probably not, but theoretically, it's always a possibility. Interesting. Karen uses Kveld's remote or Safe House to archive the Frayne. Ouch. Kveld with the evil disc turn. Well, actually, Mark of Disc killed the Daughter. So Karen is free to choose whatever house they want. They did play the Ritual of Tognath for that crazy burst. And sure enough, hit the absolutely useless Lyco Thief and the Brabble to make Karen lose one. Turnkey unforges Karen's first key. So yeah, sure enough, the Turnkey comes down and unforges a key. Dude. And then archives Galeotops, Strix, and Umbrosaurus with the Grim Reminder Saurian Call. At least Karen was not forced into a house. At least she still had free option between all three. Karen goes Disc, plays both Binding Irons. So now Kveld is sitting at 6 chains. Hopefully that slows them down a little bit. Festering Touch. Turnkey is still out there, so Karen is still without her first key. But I mean, Turnkey just needs one more damage and Karen's key is back, so. Kveld goes Saurian, picks up all the archives for an 8-card hand and a massive Saurian turn coming up. Strix is still online on the board. Monument to Strix is still there as well. Prefectus Ludo, protecting the Ember on the creatures. Discards the Galeotops for the Blast from the Past play. Let's go. Wow. 12 damage to the Cracker. And then sorry about that on the Molina. Karen gets an Ember, but that's totally fine. Caveld plays Citizen Strix to steal one, and then reaps with Strix to steal another. Oh, and then clears the rest of the board with an Axiom. Are you kidding me? And his whole entire board stayed alive? Dude. Absolutely disgusting. Caveld only drew up to 4 because he has 7 chains right now, but what a play. Turnkey is freaking warded right now. And all Karen can do really is just Tau Vapors into an Eddy. Yeah. This looks like the end of the game right here. That Saurian turn was everything. That Saurian turn did so much damage. Cripplingly. I mean, just the fact that he managed to clear out Karen's entire board with this one-sided board wipe and ward and drop creatures, it was crazy. Yeah, so many brutal turns back to back. It was just one thing after another. Like crazy disc turn, into a crazy Saurian turn, into a W. Karen ends with no keys, no Ember. Wow, well, congratulations to Caveld for winning the 5th qualifier event of KFPL 5. Congrats to Caveld for a stunning victory. Okay, at least it wasn't just me. Jeez. That's crazy. So Caveld went all the way, took down the entire event. Defeated Karen in the grand finals. GG to Karen, GG to Caveld. That was an awesome event. And then obviously also congratulations to Galena for qualifying for KFPL Season 5. Caveld wins 3-0. Taken home. Qualifier number 5. Amazing. All right. Well, that was an awesome event. Sealed Alliance is a lot of fun. I mean, it's not like insanely, like you're not seeing like the best of the best decks out there. It's kind of refreshing just to see hear a couple random decks, put the best of them together and see what you got, you know? It's not like you're seeing all the best of the best decks duking it out, you know what I mean? Something a little more fun, a touch more casual. Still competitive, but just a touch more casual. It's nice. Many congrats to our winner, Caveld, and also to Easy Galena for the big KFPL 5 qualification. And then Karen also got second. And then, yeah, it was a fun format. It was a good time. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for tuning into the stream. We're gonna end it right there. Congrats to Caveld, Easy Galena. Great day of KeyForge, great matches all around overall. Yeah, those are some good matches. Cool to see the strategy that people use to put the decks together, and see different sets. We saw some DT representation, lots of mass mutation, obviously, just because that's the go-to set for this sort of thing. But yeah, it was a good time. So thank you all so much for watching. For tuning into the chat. It was a lot of fun getting to interact with all you guys and having you guys in here to talk and everything. It was awesome. So yeah, we're gonna end the stream right there, and I cannot wait to see you all again in the next one. See you later.